Hello, everyone. I hope I'm coming in clear and good, and the audio is nice today. Uh, let's just wait to hear. Sorry, I just noticed I started the stream. First thing YouTube tells me to do is run an ad. How about no? How about I say hello to everyone first and let you all settle in before running an ad? In fact, I don't think I've ever run an ad in one of my streams before, which I think makes them a little more nice, you know? Maybe I'll do that if I need a break or something, but eh, I don't know. Ads, I try to keep them to a minimum. Okay, so here we are, everyone. Today is going to be a pretty good time. Ooh, sorry, feeling a little burpy. Wow, okay, great start. Hopefully no one will hear some ice clack around in my drink nearby. It's got myself a matcha milk tea with some sugar pearls, and they're pretty good. I asked for no ice, but of course they included ice. Okay, so let's just go over what the format for today's stream is going to be. First, we're just going to spend a couple of minutes talking about, uh, you know, letting everyone show up, having a chill, doing a vibe. Also, hey, hello to Kings and Generals. Wow. It's always fancy when a big channel comes in to say hello. We will get into to Kevin Sorbo a little later. Because first, I really want to get this poll up about what the next sitcom, or it doesn't necessarily need to be a sitcom, but the next TV show retrospective is going to be. I went through all the requests, all the changes, and the idea was I would put it live and everyone would see it, and it would be, you know, cool to do it while I was on stream. But I have more than 5 options here, so I was hoping we could all narrow it down a little bit. That's the first thing that we're gonna do. Well, actually, no, that'll be the second thing because just remembered there's another thing I want to do first. Oh, also hello to Wesley Harwell. Always saying hello to a member. It's always nice to see members in the chat because, you know, those are the people who support me and help make this happen. So yeah, the first thing I wanted to do was address the fact that apparently the Pitbull discourse is back over the last couple of days. People have been talking about pit bulls and how they're apparently genetically predisposed to be bad dogs, which is not true. I did a whole video about that. Go check it out. I pulled it up here. If you haven't watched it, it's pretty good, even though it's from 2018, 4 years old. But pit bulls are good dogs. You know, we're not going to watch it here because I don't want to spend 23 minutes watching a 4-year-old video, but I think a lot of it still holds pretty true. And I don't know. I hate people using these dogs as a proxies for their racism. Also, hello to Red Team Review, another, you know, checkmark channel. You will have a chance to talk about which show we cover next. All of you will. But the options have already been pared down a bit. Also, maybe I should talk about, before we get to the decision for the next show, as people are still filling in, that Steven Crowder video. I did get some responses from Steven Crowder's audience, and I gotta say, I am, I don't want to say underwhelmed, because I wasn't really expecting too much. And I had planned to use the stream to address some of the criticisms, and I guess I can, but a lot of them are just really not good. I don't just mean the ones where they're insulting me, because whatever, who cares? That stuff I don't really care about. But people who try to engage, and I appreciate when there's an actual response. So people would say things like, oh, well, you know, okay, the Crowder video was full of nonsense and lies, but, you know, there's this other drag show that was a problem, which is kind of irrelevant. I don't even believe that's necessarily the problem. I'm not just going to take some random comment at face value like that and like be like, well, why didn't he talk about that drag brunch? If there was one that was a problem, why did he manufacture the whole thing? That should make you question things a bit more, right? Like, but that's obviously, I don't think a lot of these concerns are brought up in good faith, and it's a bit frustrating having to read them and realize someone didn't actually watch or pay attention to your video. Like, another one was a person saying, it's like, did you know there actually are groups that call themselves Antifa? Like Antifa Portland? I'm like, oh, yeah, great point. Even though my argument was that there is no centralized Antifa organization coordinating everything, that it isn't a big, giant group, right? Like, that's the whole point of what I was trying to say. There are anti fascist groups, but they aren't uh, all reporting to one organization. So a lot of the responses were things like that. And maybe I could have just replied to comments, but I hate replying to comments because uh, I'm not sure people ever really understand them, and it can be very frustrating and exhausting. And everyone in the chat right now is talking about the next show, so maybe we should just go towards that. Uh, I just realized I need a way to like put up the options that got the most traction here. If I pause, it's because I'm getting a drink of something. Okay. I hope no one can hear my chewing, but they're chewy pearls, right? Okay. Uh, I want to. I should have thought of this in advance. How do I like put a list of things? Am I just going to open a Word document? That's kind of boring. But that might be what happens here. Oof. Okay. Just need a moment here to open up. Parasocial eating. Gross. Someone asked how would I feel about whether or not I think the new Frasier will be any good. Maybe. My hopes are limited. I don't know. They've only got like one script down, don't they? And it's going into production soon. I don't know. We'll see. A lot of reboots have kind of been floundering, right? So I'm very I reserve my or I'm keeping my expectations low. All right, so going through all the nominations, there were several shows that rose to the top. I'm gonna have to tell you about a few of them I had to scratch off the list immediately, and I'll explain why. All in the Family, King of Queens, and The Nanny all had to be disqualified. So the reason that those had to not be included is because they're distributed by Sony, and Sony is an absolute nightmare to work with. I was curious. I would like to do them, but the only other show I've done that's distributed by Sony was Married with Children, and that took me 3 months to get online. I don't mean 3 months from starting, like research and everything. I mean, I finished the video, it was ready to go, and it still took me 3 months to get it on my channel. I don't know if I can go through that again, especially since I had to edit that video so much, and it's very much a compromised version of what I wanted to put out here. So yeah, anyone who was hoping for those 3 shows, sadly, yeah, we're just not going to be doing, even though All in the Family, that would be so good. Can you imagine? That would probably be over 2 hours. That'd be such a good one. But yeah, that just isn't going to happen, unfortunately. Similarly, Community, I believe, is also distributed by Sony, at least in part. It's got like 2 distributors depending on the season. But since that has a movie coming out, I'm kind of thinking like maybe wait till the movie comes out and maybe then go back to it and possibly do it. I'm not too anxious to work on Community. I remember really loving it at the time, but honestly, personally, I can't stand Dan Harmon. I just find him so insufferable. So I'm not sure I could go into it with, an unbiased perspective. It was a great show at the time, though, so maybe it still holds up. And I do hope they get Donald Glover to be in the movie at the very least. He's the only one who seemed... Well, no, I guess Chevy Chase as well, but I'm guessing Chevy Chase won't be in it. So, I have... How many shows here? Ugh, 9 shows that made it past the list. So, here we'll go. First one that is definitely going to be on is Sabrina the Teenage Witch. And you get to hear me type this, so that's fun too. That's going to be a lock on the poll just because it came very, very close to edging out that 70s show. They were within like 1% of one another. I don't know if that was because of all the TGIF people who were here because of the Boy Meets World video, but a lot of people wanted to see Sabrina, so I want to include it in the poll. So that one's for sure. So really, we only have 4 open slots for the next 8 options. So this is just in the order I saw them in, and not necessarily the order that were the most popular in the comments. So the next one I saw was MASH. MASH, wow. Here's the thing about MASH. It is super long. It is 250 something episodes. I would love to dive into it, but it is, the length kind of scares me. Not that I've done shorter shows, or I've done longer shows. Frasier was longer, Cheers was longer. Married with Children was roughly the same length, I believe, maybe a few episodes longer. But yeah, I've done long shows before. It's just, they take a lot out of me. But, you know, if there's enough demand, I would like to do it. I know Lady Night the Brave has done a video on MASH. That's another thing that makes me think, I don't know. Just because if someone else has already done a good video on it, I'm kind of like, maybe we could just let this one lie. But even so, maybe it'll make it on the poll. We'll see. The next one, The Drew Carey Show, got a lot of love. It's not the show I would have expected to get a lot of love, but literally someone just mentioned it in the comments, so there is some love for it. I definitely watched it when it was on the air up to a point. God, those later seasons got kind of weird. It went from like fixed camera to single camera, which is kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting that Krista Miller left the show too, to do Scrubs, where she wasn't even on every episode. But I guess she was pregnant and needed time off. Also, her husband worked on Scrubs, so that's fun. I like how people are asking that Drew Carey had a show. Yes, he did. It was called The Drew Carey Show, about him working in an office. It was pretty good. Next. This one I was surprised so many people mentioned. My Name is Earl. I love this show. I thought it was such an underrated classic, and it just reinvented itself so much. What a clever show. It's, I think, a lot of fun, and it would be really cool to look back on. Will it make the poll? I don't know. We're going to figure that one out. It's not very long, which I very much appreciate. I like that it's a shorter show. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about in My Name is Earl, isn't it? So yeah, let's go to the next one. This one I feel like I've been asked forever. George Lopez. Ever since Roseanne, I feel like George Lopez was a popular one that people have kept asking for. One of the big things in favor of George Lopez is it's not a show about white people. Almost every show I've done is about white people. It's kind of exhausting, isn't it? I almost want to put it right to the poll because of that, because it would give me an opportunity to talk about things. Although I always feel a little awkward talking about George Lopez, because when people suggest that, I think they're assuming that I am Latin American or that's somewhere in my background. I'm not. I'm a white guy. My family is from Spain. That's where my name comes from. So it's always a bit difficult for me talking about Latina issues. It's I do know a little bit. I'd have to research a bit more to do this one justice. It would be interesting though. And yeah, I'm tempted to do this. I almost made this like just shows that have non-white casts because I'm tired of talking about white people all the time. But still, it would be cool. And yeah, let's go to the next one. Arrested Development. Yeah, that one. Oh, just to answer someone's question about me doing that 70s show, if you read the last community post, you'll see that's what I'm working on as we speak. In fact, before I started doing the stream, I was editing that very video. It's very far along. Maybe I'll talk about that a little later. But yeah, Arrested Development. That was a show I did not watch when it originally aired, like a lot of people, but I caught it later on. You know, it was in heavy syndication here in Canada, actually. And it would be, I think, worth exploring as a show that a lot of people hated that fourth season, right? And then there was the fifth season. I feel like not really many people acknowledge that one. And I don't know, the fifth season was pretty rough. I did not hate the fourth season as much as other people seem to, but yeah, I can acknowledge it was not quite as good. In fact, if you go back to Arrested Development, I'm not even sure the first three seasons held up. So I don't know how, I don't know. I feel like I'd be harsh on that show, but a lot of people requested that. It was the most requested thing in the community post. Um, so it would be an interesting watch, I guess. Or would I have to watch the fourth season twice? Like the original version of it and then like the recut version? Oh, there's a question. Hmm. Okay. Like I said, I'm drinking some stuff here, so apology for the pauses. And a lot of people saying, like, yeah, we want to see some non-white casts. I agree. The problem is talking about TV from the last 20, 30 years, or that are, yeah, let me try that again. Problem with talking about TV shows that are 20 to 30 years old is that most of the shows were predominantly white. It's a reflection of the times, unfortunately. And shows with non-white casts usually weren't as successful, and they're often hard to come about across these days. Like someone mentioned the show Rock. I don't even know where to find that these days. Like that was a groundbreaking show, but where does one find Rock? Uh, it would be a search. All right, so let's go to the next one. I have never watched a single episode of Monk in my life. I'm tempted to put it on just because I have uh, never watched it. Um, Also, people mentioning things like Good Times, The Jeffersons, and other shows. Uh, I haven't done any shows from the 1970s yet. It might be interesting though. I would kind of want to do All in the Family before The Jeffersons. Uh, in that case, um, but yeah, Monk. Never watched it. It's long. I mean, it's only like what, 6 seasons, but each episode is an hour long. That's the difficulty with doing a drama series. As much as I'd love to do them, it takes twice as long to watch something that ran for half as many seasons as a sitcom. It would be easier to do MASH, to be honest, than Monk. I think. How many episodes is Monk? Let's look that up first. I'm doing that in another tab, so that's why you're not seeing it. Why is this so hard to find? I'm always like, just like give it to me instantly, internet. And I can't see the chat right now, so if someone's like saying what it is, I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah, 125 episodes. So that's roughly 250 episodes of a sitcom. So okay, so it would be shorter than MASH, but very close. Ooh, someone said Martin. No one really mentioned Martin in the community post, so I wouldn't feel right putting it on the poll, but I did watch that back in the day. That was a good show. And I noticed a lot of people compared it to The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, but I think The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was a show that was more popular with white audience, or like that's the vibe I get. Uh, but yeah, it's they were both great shows. So yeah, Monk. I don't know what to say about it other than I kind of want to put it on there just to get a drama show on there and get away from sitcoms. Not that sitcoms are bad, but I want to sort of broaden my perspective, you know? The last one, ooh, I kind of don't want to put. Let's not do that one. I was gonna put Third Rock from the Sun on here, but it didn't perform very well in the last poll, and honestly, in the community post, didn't do that well. I don't know why I have it marked down here, but I'm not gonna do Third Rock from the Sun, even though I love it to pieces. Mostly because I'm doing That 70 Show, which is why it was created by the same people. So I feel like, let's give the Turners a break, and we'll try something else instead from a different creative team. Okay, last one. Try not to speak with my mouth full. Sorry about that. All right. last one. Whew. I gotta be honest. I'm not a fan of 30 Rock. When I watched it, it was, yeah, it was a show. God, how do I even express this? It was a little too full of itself, a little too smarmy, and I always just never was a fan. I'm putting it on here because it did get some attention. It did get a lot of people suggesting it. I feel like the reason I don't want to do this is because I would be very hard on it. And I think fans of the show would be upset. I don't think people come in just to see me like dunk on it really hard. I wouldn't even, I would do it justice. I would give it a proper reading and maybe I would like it. But probably wouldn't. Um, yeah. Thank you, Orent Patty. Living Single is the most copied sitcom of the modern era. Friends, Insecure Girlfriends, Harlem, Run the World all lead back to Living Single. That is so true. I wish Living Single had been suggested a bit more. It's one of those shows that was absolutely ripped off by Friends. Oh my God. Here's the premise for Living Single, for those who don't know. It was about a group of friends who lived in an apartment in, I think it was New York. City, I guess, isn't that important. The ladies lived on the right-hand side. The men lived on the left-hand side, and they were roommates. And I don't know, does this sound familiar yet? One of the women in the women's apartment hooks up with one of the guys in the guy's apartment. Yeah, it was a great show. I might get to it at some point, but sadly, it should remind you a bit of Friends, because Friends totally ripped it off. And yeah. Someone just mentioned Three's Company. Three's Company had everyone in the same apartment. That was a little different. It was two women and a man, and John Ritter, I forgot his character's name, had to pretend to be gay so they wouldn't get kicked out of the apartment, which is weird. That's too much power for a landlord. If two straight women and one straight man want to live together, that's like their business. But whatever, landlords, right? All right. So first thing that's getting cut off this list is 30 Rock, because the more I think about it, the more I just don't want to do it. Sorry, 30 Rock fans. It's got to go. So of the remaining 6, I'm going to have to cut another 2, right? 2. Everyone keeps suggesting shows. These are the 6 I'm going to be choosing from to be putting on the poll, all right? Just be aware that that's what's happening here. Part of me, as like the only show that isn't just a bunch of white people, means I think George Lopez makes it on, because like, come on. It gets there. Oh, thank you, Orient Patty. Or you could do the 2 most overrated shows ever, Sheldon and the Other Nerds, and Modern Family, LOL. By the way, Living Single takes from Golden Girls and Designing Women. That's fair. Living Single, I mean, every show takes from one another, but I think by having men and women, it was very different than Golden Girls and Designing Women. Aside from making a group of women the central focus, right? I think putting men right across the hall added this whole different dynamic because they were always popping in. Who was the only regular? There were no regular guys on the Golden Girls. In the principal cast, I know Stan shows up a lot, but in Designing Women, it was just Anthony, right? Who worked for them. But yeah, good point that every show sort of borrows from one another. I don't really want to do Modern Family or The Big Bang Theory for various reasons. I feel like Modern Family, they're both really long, and I think I would be a bit sleepy. Okay. So we've got 2 and we've got 5 remaining. Now, it's tough, huh? Of these 5 choices, which one would I like the most? That's a very good question. That's how I should be deciding this, shouldn't it? Like, what do I think would make a good video? Now, I really want a drama series on there, but is it enough to make me want to watch Monk? I gotta say, that's not likely. But at the same time, what it symbolizes is very important. So, Arrested Development. Can I get rid of that one? Or let's figure out which one goes on definitely. Maybe that'll be an easier way to do this. Because Arrested Development and Monk, I would say, are on the lower end of making it. Actually, let's put these in tiers. Right now, MASH and My Name is Earl are the higher tier options. In fact, they're almost certainly going to go on there. And then it would just be these three battling for the last option. So let's put My Name is Earl on there just because it's a shorter show. And I think I would have a lot of fun covering that one. So there we go. My Name is Earl is very interesting. Let's think about what I've covered recently to sort of pare these down. I've been working on That 70s Show a lot, so I'd like something that's very unlike That 70s Show, and I don't think any of these shows are like that. Before that was Scrubs, which really hits on MASH a lot, doesn't it? Then, this is a tough choice. You know what? Maybe I should make a poll right here and let the chat decide between these four shows. Does that sound good? Like you can do a preliminary vote. I'm worried I'd give you group of 250 people too much power. Too much power. But I won't necessarily abide by the results of this poll, but I will put it in anyway. I'm typing these quickly. There is no ranked choice option, sadly, so it's just going to be, it is what it is. Here comes the poll. Here it comes. I'm going to take a sip of my drink while you all vote. Okay, wow. It's very tight. Oof, very tight. I'm watching these results as they come in. In last place is the Drew Carey Show. Second to last is Monk. And then we have Arrested Development and MASH fighting for the top spot. This is very interesting, isn't it? Wow, Monk has fallen all the way down. Now Drew Carey and MASH are tied for second. Oh, wow. This is... Okay, I've made my decision. Sadly, Monk is going to get cut because it is clearly in last place. And in the top, MASH and Arrested Development. That's what it's going to be. Those are our 5 shows, everyone. I'm not going to do the actual retrospective on the poll. I want to open it up to everyone in the community. I will post that poll as we speak, actually. I've got a little tab open, and I'm typing in the options here. I'll put the link up so you'll all be able to see it. Don't worry. I'm going to end this poll. Why is it? All right. There you go. 201 votes. A few dozen of you decided not to vote. Good for you. Take that, democracy. Now, let's put this public poll up. Now, it was called George Lopez, right? Not the George Lopez Show? Or was it called that? Did it have 2 names? Okay, so it was just called George Lopez. All right. I'm just researching that. Oh, thank you for becoming a member, Laura Sinkonen. It's always great to have a new member. Thank you so much. Right. So just type in. Do you guys all enjoy the sound of my keyboard typing? I think it's very important to get the names of things right. So I'm looking up each name as I type them. Like, were there 3 or 4 asterisks in MASH? There were 3. And Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Philippus, for becoming a member. Very cool. And yeah, I always appreciate it when people support the channel because paying a little money helps this happen. Also, to answer that first question, of course, if MASH wins, I'm absolutely going to have to watch the movie because I'm a completionist. I try to watch every bit of something. For that 70s show, I also watched that 80s show. That's how much a completionist I am. Although I didn't watch, what's it called? Those Were the Days, or Days Like These. That was the British version of that 70s show. Thank you very much, Dusty Shells. Weird hearing your not video voice cadence. Yeah, it's a little awkward to hear in person, isn't it? All right. Someone knows that the Glenn Howerton origin story is that 80s show, which honestly wasn't as bad as I remembered it. I remember hating it, and then I watched it now, and it's like, it's not great. And ooh, the bisexual character, like every joke is about her being bi. It's awful. But aside from that, there were like some good moments, and I really liked who the actress who played the record store owner. She was a lot of fun. All right, and yeah, I'm going to be including a painful clip from the British version of that 70s show in that video. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, let's make this poll live. Why not? The only text I have here is vote for the next retrospective. But it is going to go live right now. And I'll put the link in the chat here if anyone wants to. Let me just, well, I can close this window, can't I? Right, there it is. I'll actually put the link there, right? How can she be bi if bisexuality was invented in the 90s? All right, everyone, you can all go vote. Do your democratic duty. I'll check in on the vote a little bit later to see how this is all going, but it's going to run for at least a week before I decide anything. Thank you, Aunt Patty. You have to all fan me at some point. You know what? If I ever get into a position where I'm making enough money that I can not release any videos for a few months and not worry about money, I would love to do All in the Family. I really would. It would probably take 5 to 6 months just because of the copyright stuff and the fact that it's such a big show. It's so big, so big. But obviously hugely important. One of the most important shows in TV history. And, because I would also have to talk about all the sitcoms, or all the spin-offs. Like, I talk about Archie Bunker's Place. Then I got to talk about the Gloria one. Was it Michael and Gloria or just Gloria? Anyway, so All in the Family. Oh, obviously the Jeffersons. So many. That's All in the Family. People don't get its satire. That's very true. Maude, there's another one. Damn. A lot of people say Archie Bunker is a hero. I kind of made that same point in the Married with Children video, so I don't know if I'd repeat myself, although I kind of have to, don't I? Sanford and Son would be cool and interesting. All right, well, the votes are coming in for this. We'll check on it a little later. And, okay. Ooh, wait. Sorry, someone sent me a message and I got distracted by it. Anyone wondering where you can vote? Let me just throw that link in there again. So you can all dip in. I can't see the results because I'm not logged into an account right now. But if I go to, let me just take a look at it now. Because I just feel the need to get a sense of where it currently is. And it's already over 261 votes. Wow. Oh no, to look, I have to vote. I don't want to vote. I don't want to influence the results so early on. So yeah, we'll look at this later. Or Patty, another super chat. Would you do a different world? You did Cosby. I would consider doing it, definitely. Again, I feel like I got to do something to get more suggestions that aren't just a bunch of white people. Um, and A Different World was hugely popular. It also aged much better than The Cosby Show, so it would be cool to check out. So anyway, we'll return to this a little later because I did promise us, you know, some fun stuff to watch, and that is the one of the wonderful sitcoms starring Kevin Sorbo. And I have episode 2 here queued, but I'm going to do a little backstory before we begin, just so we know what we're walking into. I'm just going to take a sip of my drink before we start. Okay. Someone asked the poll. It is the community post on my YouTube channel. There's a link if you scroll up. I can drop it in again if people really want to see it. Oh, super chat from Monq. Hey, I love your retrospectives. They are awesome. It was so cool to hear one of your videos referenced and played in an episode of Last Week Tonight. Lastly, just a quick suggestion of a retrospective. The Bernie Mac Show. That'd be cool. Wait, my video was referenced in an episode of Last Week Tonight? Did this happen? Okay, stop everything. Was one of my videos referenced on Last Week Tonight? When did this happen? I mean, do we need to do an investigation? I'm calling on you now, Monq. When did this happen? I'm just like staring intently at the chat for this answer because I need to know. What episode was it? When was it? Like, what is the timestamp? Because if you're messing with me, well, thanks for the money, I guess. Someone, like, how does no one I'm just amazed. Anyway, I really want to see this, and if this answer doesn't come out in the chat, I'm going to be berating you for as long as this stream goes on about this. So yeah, I would want to know, and it's just going to come up. We're going to move on. We're not going to stay on this forever because that would just derail the stream, wouldn't it? Even more than it's already been derailed. But still, that was wow. Okay. If it's trolling, that's really I know. Is it because that there was that Last Week Tonight clip where God, it was a couple of weeks ago. It's all coming together now. One of my Scrubs videos got a bunch of views. The Scrubs video I've done got a bunch of views, and for some reason, all the views were coming from Last Week Tonight, and I was like, that's weird. Is that what people mean? Was it did it show up as like a recommendation under that video, or was it actually in the show? Right? I think it was just a recommendation. So if that's what people are talking about, it was just a YouTube clip. It was just a YouTube recommendation from Last Week Tonight. I don't think they actually cited me directly, because I think people would tell me, because one of the things you find out when you have a YouTube channel and you get to be a certain size is that whenever you do anything, whenever anyone mentions you, people usually like swarm into your DMs and whatever. It's like, did you know that so-and-so mentioned you? So-and-so mentioned you, everyone. And if I was mentioned on the show, that's very cool, and I'd like to check it out. But and I may check it out later, but whatever. Okay, let's move on. I'm gonna have to take another sip of my drink here, so just a moment. Okay. All right, Marcus, you're saying it was in the show. If it wasn't the show, I will challenge anyone watching the stream to go find that video and give me a timestamp, and we'll watch it on the stream, because that would be pretty cool. And I don't know, I'll give you something cool. If someone comes up with that, I'll share part of the next retrospective here. By that I mean details, not like clips, because it lives in a video editor right now, and I don't know how to do that. All right, so let's talk about the pot wins. Now, if we might go to my channel, you'll know I meant, and if you've watched every single video of mine, and you went back to this one right here, this one about a terrible conservative comedy about Bernie Sanders. It's about a movie called Free Lunch Express. We can just open it up, I guess. It's not good. It's not good. This is a bad movie, right? Even though Malcolm McDowell was in it. Isn't that sad? And the people who made this, I get to it a little bit later on, is this dude. Well, yeah, let's get a better picture. Lenny Britton, right? He ran for office, didn't really work out, and ran for office for for senator in Vermont. Not against Bernie Sanders. It was the other senator from Vermont he was running against. Another super chat from On Q. I can't remember, but it was a video talking about far-right figures, or it may have been from police procedurals. I swear I'm not lying. I clearly remember it. I just don't remember the episode. It's cool. Don't kill yourself. You've already given me $35, so I appreciate the money at the very least. But hey, I'm gonna, if no one even finds it in this stream, that's fine. I'll watch a bunch of Last Week Tonight clips from the last few months to see if I can spot it. It's, or maybe I'll go back further. Who knows? Maybe this will be my white whale and it'll slowly drive me insane. Won't that be fun? Okay, so back to Lenny Britton. He ran for office and he obviously failed. It didn't work out. But, and this is a pretty big but, he did have this one terrible ad that went viral. Let's pull that up in a new tab. Was that it? Something like that. Yeah, here it is. See, this is viral for a politician. 50,000 views, and yeah, it's very terrible. Let's go to like the iconic moment, so you guys can see what these people think is comedy. The whole joke is that these guys show up to this family's house.
Joke, right?
And they're like, here's a check your family's gonna have to pay because out of control spending, blah, blah, blah.
Miss, we're from the government. There is no joking.
That's a lot of money, mister.
Better get a paper route, Billy.
Mommy, make the...
Isn't that funny? That's basically it. That's the whole joke. I took way too big a sip for that short clip. But yeah, there's the joke for you. Really cheesy, not great. Someone said they laughed. It's fine. We all have moments of weakness. We're gonna get through this together though, don't worry. So this guy, I guess, thought he was funny, and he made that terrible Bernie Sanders movie, which no one watched, but he also produced something called World According to Billy Potwin. Now this did, well, don't let those 10,000 views fool you, because it did very well in other things, like 75,000. I think the first one did something like hundreds of thousands of views in part one. I don't know why it's not showing up in the search results. Maybe no one cares anymore, but my video pops up. Very cool. And this guy gets a lot of money, and the story of who keeps giving this man money is interesting. It's do I have her name here? Oh, that's all the stuff I was talking about. Lenore Broughton. That's right. She's a private citizen. It's named Lenore Broughton. And my favorite part of this story is I think it was her grandfather, is a guy named S.L. Avery. Sewell, no, it's His name is Slavery, but it's like Sewell Avery. Sewell Lee Avery. He was like an industrialist from back in the old days. And yeah, his initials SL, it spells out slavery. Isn't that fun? And here he is getting carried out by the military because he was trying to stop his workers from unionizing. And yeah, that's the National Guard carrying him out because it was World War II, and his impact on his factory was hurting the war effort. So the troops were more mobilized to help American unions. Isn't that cool? Wish life was still like that, right? Someone said I'm a Firefox user. I use Chrome and Firefox. But yeah, this guy left his money and his granddaughter sort of carrying on the tradition of championing right-wing causes. But in her case, she's financing candidates and paying for terrible media like the Bernie Sanders movie and the sitcom we're going to be watching an episode of today. Now, if you're like thinking, because this is episode 2 we're going to be watching. First thing is this one, the version that was aired on Blaze is technically a pilot. It's not part of season 1. After the pilot's, I guess, success on YouTube, if part 2 isn't even cracking 100,000 views, I don't know, that's not so great. But after its success, they tried to produce 10 episodes, and, you know, it just didn't really go anywhere. It didn't get many, no one's picked it up to distribute it. No streaming platform has said, we want that on our platform. So it hasn't really materialized in a meaningful way. That said, Bradford Broyles, who's one of the producers for it, put it on his personal channel, or his Vimeo for some reason. I believe like 10 people have watched this, so the audience currently watching this stream right now is really going to blow up the views for this. Not in reality, of course, because we're only watching it through my stream, but just know that way more people are are watching this relatively small stream than watch this video. And if you're wondering about like the pilot episode and episode 1, I have covered those in streams in the past. So you can check out old stream videos if you want to see what those early episodes are like. I'm probably gonna have to fill in some of the blanks on how this all works, like as a show. But I'll try to fill them in as best I can. For someone asking people who want a link to this video, just search Bradford Broyles Vimeo and you should find it pretty quickly. But I try not to let the views get up too high because I don't want anyone to think, well, maybe I do want this guy to think a lot of people want to watch this because I would love to see the rest of the series revealed, but we're going to be watching the second episode. And of the 10 produced, only 3 are currently available. So this is a rare moment. I'm just going to take a sip before I describe the show's premise in a little more detail. Someone mentioned The Prisoner. I love The Prisoner. One of my favorite shows. It might be fun to do a quick retrospective on that, but then I'd be talking on and on about it, and then I'd have to watch the terrible remake. Ridiculous. Tails Cosmic Fox, can't find it. Bradford Broyles. So Broyles is spelled Broyles. That's probably what's tripping you up there. And it's Bradford, Bradford. Would you ever do Grace Under Fire? Brett Butler's behavior behind the scenes alone would make that one amazing, LOL. I would consider it. It's very Roseanne-esque, isn't it? In that there was a lot of drama behind the scenes, and it was obviously a Roseanne ripoff. But, maybe one day I'll consider it. And, all right. So, The Potwins is a show about a father who runs a paint store and his precocious son and kind of dopey daughter, I guess. His daughter is like very left wing. His son is very right wing. He's kind of in the middle, I guess, even though it's Kevin Sorbo. So how in the middle is he really? It's a conservative show, so its bias is probably going to be clear as we watch this episode. Kevin Sorbo's father is also living with them. He's played by, Barry Bostwick, who people might remember from the Rocky Horror Picture Show and Spin City. Other people, that's basically the main core characters. There was a mother figure. The mother of the Potwin clan was around in the pilot, but she got written off when they made it into a series. So that's probably all the setup we really need before diving into this episode. The only thing I know is that it somehow involves Columbus. 255 AD asks, is this show Christian propaganda? Sorbo and all. Not really. Not in what I've seen. He just acts in it, right? He didn't produce it, or I hope he didn't put his... Well, maybe it would be funny if he lost money on this. But it's relatively light on the religious stuff, even though, I don't know, maybe we'll see some religious stuff in this episode, because the thing about sitcoms is that they very much take a few episodes to get into their premise. So let's start. I'm going to be jumping in every now and again. And if there's any music, I may have to put it on mute, because the last time I streamed an episode, there was a musical montage, and it got there were some copyright issues with that stream. The stream's still online. There's just like a section where everything gets muted. It's kind of weird. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to click. I'm trying to save you all. Anyway, here we go. Now let's ponder for a moment. Ahoy, mysterious. Now we see the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil monkeys. Interesting. You know, the opening images of a show always establish something. And now we see this old, looks like an old Volkswagen van. Is it a Volkswagen? I don't know. I'm not good with cars. Definitely something from the 70s. Something his hippie father. Oh, that's right. Kevin Sorbo's father, played by Barry Bostwick, is a hippie. So, with the right color grading, this could be a horror. That's true. I don't know who these people are. I think the girl on the right is the daughter, but that's a very bad picture. No idea who the person on the left is. I'm guessing that's Billy when he's younger. Side note, the kid who plays Billy Potwin is Lenny Britton's son. Remember, not this guy, the politician who ran for office who put this all together. Leonard made surrounding his son. He put his son in the movie. So, yeah. He's a special kid. Trump bobblehead makes me think we're probably in Billy's room because he's a Trump guy, naturally. The whole family was very Trump-esque in the pilot, but in the first episode, not so much. That's Billy.
No free stuff.
Okay, so he was having a nightmare about free stuff. That was kind of a weird cut, right? It was just him waking up having a nightmare. Is this about dreams? Oh, right, the music. I have to like interrupt the music every now and again. Volume is really loud. I can turn that down a bit. Okay. Is that better? That better? That little snippet? That little half-second test? Okay, still too loud. I can drop it down a little more. Bueller High School. Okay, that's obviously a Ferris Bueller reference, right? I guess I could make myself a little louder, right? But I don't know. I feel like that's going to mess with people a little bit. We'll see how this goes. Someone asked if this takes place in Chicago. I believe it takes place in Vermont. No, wait, it takes place in California, doesn't it? Because they make a joke about someone being from Vermont at one point. And yeah, someone's saying CGI lettering. Probably. That doesn't look like they put it on the wall, does it? There's like too much detail almost.
As we head into the holiday that celebrates...
That's kind of quiet. Can people hear that? Also, I'm pausing this all the time. I hope it isn't too annoying. Okay, I'm gonna up my own headphones then.
The man who supposedly discovered America. I am so thrilled to be able to re-educate you on the real Christopher Columbus.
Put on your tinfoil hats, everyone.
First of all, it's gonna be Columbus. Great. That map was pretty horrendous. Also, how big is this schoolroom? There's like 8 kids, and the walls are right there. Ugh. Wow. And I don't know what tinfoil hats mean. It's not a conspiracy that there's like complicated relationships with with Columbus. I'm upping it a little because some are saying it's quiet or perfect. Anyway, I don't want to change this volume stuff too much, right? Someone says you can see the lines between the panels. Yeah. They couldn't afford to shoot in a classroom. No, definitely not.
Excuse me, William?
Yes?
Do you have a problem reevaluating the myth behind Christopher Columbus?
Define myth.
A story that's been exaggerated over time.
Thank you.
That's not what a myth is it? An exaggerated story? No. I don't think anyone thinks, I don't know, the myth of Hercules, you know, fittingly, was that an exaggerated story? I don't think so. Myths can be made up. Anyway.
I prefer getting my myths from Marvel.
The comic books?
It's really a full-on media empire. Films, TV, Happy Meals.
So you're telling me you'd rather get your myths from a comic book than from your teacher? Yes, Margaret.
I don't have a dog in this particular fight, but I wouldn't.
Wouldn't what?
Get into an argument with someone who has won every argument since first grade.
Oh, God. So, Billy Potwin's very good at arguing, apparently, even though he just made one of the... I don't know, has he said anything smart yet? But we're going to get a flashback here. I'm a little worried about what this flashback's going to be like. First grade debate. Do they have debate in first grade? Probably not.
Christopher Columbus is a hero.
So he already lost. First place in debate. Cool. I feel like we're going to get some really good stuff here with him defending Columbus with his teacher.
Is patient 0 for white privilege.
Bring it, newbie.
Oh, God. Okay, that was tough to watch. That brief snippet. I'm trying to keep this under control so we don't all get overloaded with this just show. Wow, yeah, people talking about cringy. I'm cringing as I watch. Patient 0 for white privilege. Well, it's kind of complicated, right? Also, it's a weird way of phrasing it, and also calling him a hero? No, absolutely not. But we don't get any follow-up, I guess, because it doesn't really want to explore that issue. But we are going to be learning more about Columbus as this goes along, if you're worried. I did scan forward before going on the stream. I didn't actually watch the episode, but I was trying to get a screenshot, and we're going to get to some stuff. Luckily, don't worry, I didn't spoil the whole thing. But I'm trying to tease you all. I love that sign, though, lunch detention. Did people get detention at lunch? I never did, but I imagine it's a thing.
I appreciate your passion, but sometimes I wish you could just dial it back a little. Billy, even though I usually agree with you, you can't always argue with people for the sake of arguing. All I'm saying is maybe we should have a discussion about who Columbus was before we let people start pulling down his statues.
What a caring, understanding person. I like how she's bringing up, like, no one's really had a discussion about Columbus. There's so much history on the guy. There's so much. But let's get Billy's response first.
By the sword, die by the sword.
Who do you think you are, Braveheart?
Follow me, and together we will make history!
Famously, Braveheart, William Wallace, fought against imperialism, the exact imperialism that Columbus represented. Just think of the history there, right? Like, a symbol of Scottish independence defending Spanish imperialism. Wow. It's almost like they have no idea what was going on. And yeah, let's keep moving. I guess that's it. All right. I need to ask Americans right now who are listening, do you guys actually have Indigenous Peoples Day? We have that in Canada. So I just... yeah, in Canada we have it in June 21st. I had to look it up. That's when the next one's going to be in 2023. But it is something we celebrate. Yeah, there's, I guess this is, no, not really, no, yes and no. It depends on the state. And I guess that's the idea of renaming Columbus Day Indigenous Peoples Day. Is Columbus Day tomorrow? I'm not American, but I'll look that up for us as well. Yes, tomorrow. Tomorrow is also Canadian Thanksgiving. So this is very I didn't know this was so fitting. I'm kind of thrilled with how well timed this is. Wow. Let me just quickly... Just updating the title of the stream to show what we're doing now. Because I don't want anyone wandering in here thinking like, oh, I get to choose the next retrospective. It's like, no, sorry. All right. Yeah. So I feel like we're already in some shaky territory, isn't it? Whew, Indigenous Peoples Day / Columbus Day. And I feel like we know when the show's going to start. But let's think of this cold open we just got, right? Someone asked, what did I pick for the retrospective? There is a poll right now, letting everyone decide. I'm just going to link to that poll quickly. Can I simplify this? Yeah, screw it. Here comes the URL again if you want to vote for it. Vote for one of those options. All right, so someone who just looked it up, 10 states celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day, and it's not a federal holiday. Unfortunate. I think Indigenous people are far more deserving of a holiday than Columbus. So this episode introduced us to Billy Potwin, who is an ardent defender of Columbus. His teacher is, of course, pushing liberal propaganda upon him, and is terrible, I guess, because of that. Someone asking, yes, this is the Sorbo Show. He hasn't shown up yet, though, has he? We've just been seeing a lot of his son, Billy, in the context of the show. His son, not his actual son.
Hey,
There we go.
you're up early.
I have to get my facts straight for an epic confrontation with my new history teacher. Facts are critical.
Oh, So you've learned something already. That's great. Why don't you let me help?
Okay, so the debate with his teacher is coming. We haven't seen it yet. I guess he got detention, and now he's going to do a debate with his teacher. Not really sure why, but he's just got this the facts thing. You know, he's going to be doing facts. Someone just asked about the framing. Now, the thing about the Potwins is it's very poorly put together. So if you're wondering about things like framing, lighting, establishing shots, anything like that, it's all going to be bad. But if there anything really egregious happens, I'll try to stop so we can all enjoy that.
With all due respect, Dad, what do you know about world history?
Come on, just because I run a paint store doesn't mean that I don't know things.
Such as?
Well, what do you know about the Middle Ages?
It's a time in a man's life when he buys a sports car and creates a Tinder account.
Okay, very funny, but no. It's the period of human history, starting in 500 AD and ending in 1500 AD.
Oh, yeah. Those Middle Ages.
Yeah.
That's not true. I was actually just, hold on, I gotta finish chewing. Middle Ages, there's actually a ton of debate about when the Middle Ages began and ended, right? Some people would argue, oh God, there's just so many different, I'm not going to go through all the interpretations, but it's super interesting. And someone just pointed out what frame I paused on, and I looked over and like, that's a great face. What is up with Billy's hair, by the way? That's like, oh, it's awful, awful. So you get a crew shot in the spoon. Yeah, you can kind of see a reflection of the crew. This is just... I'm just enjoying these responses. This is a thumbnail frame. It truly is, isn't it? What were we talking about? The Middle Ages? Do we have to back this up? Because I totally forgot. Yeah, sure. I mean, this is only 20 minutes, by the way, so we're going to have to really savor every moment of this show. I want to get this line again, though.
What do you know about the Middle Ages?
It's a time in a man's life when he buys a sports car and creates a Tinder account.
Okay, very
Get it? Because middle-aged men?
funny, but no. It's the period of human history, starting in 500 AD and ending in 1500 AD.
That's a very... Yeah, so Middle Ages would probably start closer to, what, 8th or 9th century, right? Yeah. Or 5th, really interesting. Most Google answers. I would have put it later. Anyway, I'm not very great with history, but I know enough to say that you shouldn't put a specific date. There are a lot of... Ooh, 476. Interesting. What specific event? Why 476? Anyway, think about that for a while, Chad. I don't know. The fall of the Roman Empire. Okay. The thing is, the Roman Empire didn't fall all at once, right? Because there was, I guess, the fall of Rome, because there was still the eastern part of the empire. That's a very Western-centric reading, isn't it? Yeah, history's complicated, but we're about to go off into a big tangent here. Fall of Rome to the fall of Constantinople. Interesting. Yeah, I can see that. Some people would argue the beginning of colonialism was, then you'd put it like 1492 or something, right? Okay. Plushy Pony. Middle age, Tinder, midlife crisis. That's about as funny as that joke deserves, isn't it? Yeah, Western history is history. Cute.
Yeah, those Middle Ages.
Yeah, so tell me about Richard the Lionhearted.
Whoa, why are we talking about Richard the Lionheart? Let's talk about the Third Crusades. He was third, right? But also that's kind of weird. So one thing people don't know a ton about with Columbus is his journey west was sort of was under a Crusader banner. They had the Crusader cross on the sails. There was also the Crusades of the West, which was driving out I forgot the name, the people. The Berbers? No, it wasn't the Berbers. The Berbers took over the Iberian Peninsula and someone else came after. This is me trying to remember what little I know of history. But, yeah. Someone mentioning colonization on the Azores and the Canaries. That's true. People should really understand. But the fact that we're starting with, also we wouldn't, Moors, I believe, is a term that was used in the West. The Berbers were the actual name of the group. But they were replaced by another dynasty afterwards. That's why I'm kind of struggling with the name here. Yeah, someone just mentioned the Reconquista. That would be the Spanish name for the reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula. It's a very, Moops, the Moops. And yeah, they were driven out of Al-Andalus. Ooh, wow. Great stuff, everybody. You're all very good with history. It's very reassuring. Let's see what Mr. Potwin has to say with about Richard the Lionheart, though, who famously tried to reconquer the former Crusader states. And, well, if anyone knows about that region, it's interesting results, let's say.
Now Googling.
Richard the Lionhearted.
Yep.
He lived during the Middle Ages.
Well, that's very deductive. What else?
I'm thinking his handle could have been Dick the Cat Lover.
Billy, you gotta...
Wow. Oh, wow. Berbers wasn't even their real name. Interesting. I guess I got to read up on this. But Dick the Cat Lover. Whew. I actually choked on a sugar pearl when I was drinking that. Not from laughter. It just... Sometimes it hits you, the jokes, and just need a moment. Just need a moment.
Be serious here, okay? You can't win a war of wits if you're unarmed.
What are you guys talking about?
Good morning, sweetheart. We are discussing the Middle Ages.
Oh, speaking of that, aren't you about due for a sports car?
Wrong point in human history.
Oh, right. Well, we studied those Middle Ages in my Origins of White Privilege class last semester.
Whoa, wait, that's a college course?
Megan.
I think I missed that because I was reading stuff about the Berbers in the chat. Sorry about that. Yeah, not the Berbers. Amazigh. Is that it, Patrick? I want to start saying it right. I don't want to use derogatory terms. But we're going to hit that joke again. And someone saying mom. This isn't the mom. This is the daughter. Billy's sister and it's Nate Potwin, I think. His daughter.
About due for a sports car?
Wrong point in human history.
Oh, right. Well, we studied those Middle Ages in my Origins of White Privilege class last semester.
Origins of White Privilege. That'd be interesting enough. Thank you, Johnny Rapine. Chokes, the thing you do for your craft. Yeah, it's true. And yes, that is Becky from Degrassi. Why she's on this show, I don't know. It's sad. She was probably a good actress. I think she's trying in this show, but it's not... I don't know. It's not coming together. Hopefully she'll do better in this episode, though. But the Origins of White Privilege could be an interesting class, actually. Someone brought that up. I would like to... I'd be curious.
Oh, wait, that's a college course?
Megan. Dad, it's graduate level.
Please, I'm curious. What have you learned in that class?
Billy, come on, we've got work to do here.
What I learned changed my entire consciousness.
I like how his laptop just reads History of Columbus on it. What does that even mean? Is that like a web page? Fills up the whole screen. Very good. Someone asked, is this a Pure Fix show? It's a nothing show because no one distributes this. So we're getting an exclusive here. It's on the producer's Vimeo page. It's not good. It's not good. Someone said he's making a PowerPoint. Yeah, maybe he is. Do people show up to debates with PowerPoints? Okay. Maybe they do. That'd be effective. It would definitely be effective. GeoCities level site design. That's a web page. Yeah, that looks like a GeoCities, doesn't it? Going way back. A Vimeo original. All right, let's keep going.
Please go on.
Please don't.
Basically, today's societal ills are traceable back 1,000 years to the finding of what are now patriarchal norms.
Oh, hey.
Very vague and difficult to really address something like that. But here comes Barry Bostwick. This is the grandpa. He's like a former hippie. Still kind of is. Offers a nice bit of balance, right? Someone doesn't like the saturation. Yeah, it does have this sort of really, really bright, colorful pop to it, doesn't it? It's the sort of thing you'd think you'd see in a multi-camera sitcom, but this is a fixed camera style, so it's just kind of strange, isn't it? And yeah, Grandpa does look orange. Everyone looks kind of orange, don't they? Like, look at Kevin Sorbo's cheek in this shot. That's an orange cheek. Okay. Let's hear what Grandpa Potwin has to say.
Hey,
Hey, Grandpa.
Hey, Grandpa.
what are we talking about?
Middle pages.
Middle pages of what? Gran or Catchers in the Rye? Or...
Hi, Dad.
Hey, Nate, how you doing?
Yeah. Why are you here?
Well, I made brownies.
Oh.
Can you guess what kind of brownies
Yo,
they
what
are?
is this? Like I'm flying.
No, don't touch those.
I feel like anyone who has a kid would probably be careful with their pot brownies. I don't know. But I guess, aren't those hippies irresponsible? People wondering about the lighting. Isn't it awful? If you look outside those windows, apparently there's a giant spotlight in their neighborhood that just shines right in. And, but yeah, kids doing pot brownies. Very, very good. It's funny because I'm just thinking about, since I've been covering that 70s show a lot, it's, there's a lot of weed there. And there's like jokes about the parents taking pot brownies they didn't expect to. And the whole idea is like, they make a whole thing about it. It's like, oh, now the parents are acting like the kids. Isn't that funny? That's how weed's hitting them. This is nothing. That was just like a kid did weed. And that's the joke. It really shows how lazy this is. And someone asked, said, like, wasn't this guy the wife's dad? I think in the pilot he was, but he's now been revised to be Kevin Sorbo's dad. Someone asked, yes, I'm making that 70s show retrospective. It's the next retrospective, in fact. Someone asked, there are no subtitles, I don't think. No, there's no subtitles, I'm sorry. I'll try to clarify if anyone doesn't understand what a person is saying, because Barry Bostwick's mumbling a little. But let's keep moving.
What's this? Why?
I'm trying to work with Billy on his history lesson.
Oh, sure. As long as you're telling him the truth about Christopher Columbus.
So I said, as long as you're telling the truth about Christopher Columbus, because his audio is really low. I can barely hear it. I really want to up the volume here, but I'm worried there might be music or another alarm that's going to make you all hurt in your ears like we had a little earlier. Anyway.
And that truth would be?
Because he was a homicidal maniac and his name should be scrubbed from the annals of history. That's it.
That is not what the left believes, by the way. And notice how that went so loud? Aren't you glad I didn't turn up the volume there? Because he went really loud there. Do we want to erase Columbus from history? No, obviously not. That's ridiculous. We should acknowledge his, his horrible crimes, and that's helpful as accurately understanding history. He was a bad dude. Did a lot of bad stuff. Introduced a ton of oppression into what would eventually be called the Americas. But the whole point is to often acknowledging that also involves remembering that. But anyway, yeah, people sad that he's that actually reminds me of a story. I'll tell a story right now while we have this quizzical look of Billy on the screen. I was in Australia, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. And I was on a little tour in areas around Sydney. And we went to this place, and the tour guide was called, what was it called? It was called Blacktown or something. It was like Browntown or Blacktown. You can probably guess where that name comes from. Pretty gross, right? So the tour guide was telling us that they were actually considering changing the name of the town to be less racist, because wouldn't that be a good idea, right? Make it less racist. And what happened was some of the Aboriginal tribe, or I don't know, it was the Aboriginal nation. I don't think they call themselves tribes there. The elders there actually came together and spoke up, and they talked about wanting to keep the name the same, because they wanted that part of history remembered. Because if you erase it, then the crimes that were committed would be forgotten. And they thought it was very important to remember that. So I think that's something to keep in mind when it comes to talking about history and places like that. First, above all else, though, it was a decision from people within the community. And if they wanted to change the name, I think that would be fine too. It's up to individual communities to decide what names are going to be kept there. But yeah, it's an interesting conversation to have. But imagine thinking that Columbus was an Italian role model. Not even close. Although modern, well, anyway, let's not talk about Italian politics. Let's keep going.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Your evidence?
Evidence.
Evidence that Columbus is bad. Oh yeah, someone mentioning that there was no Italian back then. That's true. Italy didn't become a country until the 19th century. It was a collection of city-states along that peninsula. So there was no thing. Someone thinks it's my computer fan. It's probably not my computer fan. It's probably my fridge, actually, if you hear a thing. My fridge is really loud. It's several meters away, but I can hear it from here. So that's probably what you're hearing. Okay, let's move on.
They have changed the name of Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. Enough said.
Who changed it?
Okay, I feel like I have to say that, right? They changed the name from Columbus Day to Indigenous People Day, and that's the evidence he cites. No one would ever do that. Also, this audio is terrible. Someone mentioned he had a login diary. It's not that hard to find crimes committed by Columbus. Just read a history book, basically. And yeah, this sounds like one of my early videos where I had troubles with the audio compression, and people mentioned that. And I think there's issues with my own audio still. I'm trying to get better. But even now, this is horrible. It's all over the place. And no, there is no closed captioning, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to repeat some of these lines so you can all hear them.
California, Vermont, all the important places.
Ah, well, if Vermont's on board, say no more.
It's very weird that they always dunk on Vermont on this show, considering the creator once ran for, senator from Vermont. So it's weird that he's always, like previous episodes as well, he dunked on Vermont. It seems bitter, right? He couldn't get elected, and now he's just going after the state. Very bitter. Very, very bitter. Yeah. He lost, by the way. He lost that election, Opossum Queen.
You take that attitude, but like it or not, the history is the changing.
And it needs to.
I actually didn't even hear that. Let's hear that. Let's rewind.
Or, I mean, say no more.
You take that attitude, but like it or not, the history is the changing.
The history is changing? Ah, this is a struggle to listen to. Can you imagine why no one would sign up to distribute this show? But yeah, it's the history is a changing. Barely whispered.
And it needs to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, come on. If we're going to rewrite history, what am I supposed to teach Billy?
When the student wants to learn, the teacher will appear.
When a student wants to learn, a teacher will appear. He is so quiet.
What does that even mean?
You're the teacher. Figure it out. Come on, let's go eat these brownies. They're vegan.
Oh, yes.
Can I help you?
Please.
Sure you don't want some?
Have fun.
I fear for your future. Wait, she can't have those brownies. I said don't touch those brownies.
So everyone's 7 minutes in. How is everyone feeling? Fun? Fun? Having a good time? Any laughs yet? Anyone even chuckled? Ah, a lot of negative emotions. You know, but I feel like we're coming together as a community to face this great evil. So, there's something for all of us. Okay, I asked one question, now the chat's come alive. Let's keep going as we all spread out these negative emotions.
A map maker named Christopher Columbus had an idea. Do you know what? I think the world isn't flat at all. I think it's round like a ball. Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? He said that the world is round. Oh, he's crazy man.
That's of course a myth. Everyone knew it was round. Columbus thought the world was smaller than people believed, and he was wrong. That's something people don't realize. I don't know where this comes from, this little animation bit. This is clearly the highest quality part of the show. History cartoons from the 50s. I'd easily top this terrible, terrible sitcom. UPA. What is UPA? I don't know what that is. Is that an American thing? And yeah, probably public domain if they put it in here. Although this isn't like for broadcast, so it could be from something else. And it knows how to use color more so than this. That's pretty fun.
I think the world isn't flat at all. I think it's round like a ball.
Hey, Deb.
Hey.
Was Christopher Columbus really a homicidal maniac?
Yes.
What do you think?
Depends on whose Reddit thread you believe.
Reddit.
Dad, if I have to explain it...
You ain't ever gonna sustain it. I know.
What was that? If I have to explain it, you ain't ever gonna sustain it? Does anyone say that? Ugh. That makes... I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed that someone enjoyed it, because I can imagine someone enjoying it. And also going to Reddit, that's pretty good. That's how I do my animation.
All right, young man.
Research.
Phone
When I
off,
say
get some
animation,
sleep.
just reading something.
Love you.
Love you too.
Hey, at least he's willing to say he loves his son. That's actually nice. I like that.
Queen Isabella provided Columbus with 3 ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. And on August 3rd, 1492, they set sail across the unknown Atlantic.
Here comes a dream sequence.
The changes.
North.
So they haven't paid for that effect yet. The stock footage. Pond 5 is where you get stock footage, and clearly this is a placeholder. Oh, see, this is not a final version that was meant to be sent to distributors, but oh god, this is good, isn't it? Pond 5, everyone, Pond 5. Yeah, people understanding why the production's so bad. It's like, this isn't a final version. There probably will never be a final version. But hey, it's great to see how creativity manifests itself.
Star date 1492. We are over a month into our voyage to find the Orient, and the situation is dire. Really hoping we don't fall off the edge of the Earth. Pretty sure we won't, but it would suck if the Flat Earth guys were right. I can just see Vespucci mocking me now. Ha ha, Columbus fell off the edge of the Earth. Oh, also...
So we're getting Kevin Sorbo as Columbus now. No Italian accent. I almost wish he would try, because I would love to see how it would turn out. But, you know, this is like Chris Pratt being Mario, right? I'm sure he worked really hard on this voice and then just did himself.
I have my suspicions about multiple crew members, including the cook and his associates.
More Pond 5?
Working perfectly. Columbus is so weakened by a steady diet of gruel, his mind is not functioning properly.
Wow, you can barely hear him, but he's using this gruel to hurt Columbus's mind. Also, there were no women on that ship, but I guess they got to get the daughter in there somehow, right?
Soon. We will take control.
I think I need to hear that again. I don't know what he said.
Take control.
Oh, he said, then we take control. So I guess they're planning a mutiny. I was trying to think of the nautical term for that. It would be a mutiny.
Then what?
Yeah. We fail off the edge of the Earth. We sail on. We discover the new world.
Sounds glorious.
And it is, my dear. The new world is a place where we never interfere with the native populations. No, and, well, we just hope.
God, he's so quiet.
Sounds glorious.
And it is, my dear. The new world is a place where we never interfere with the native populations. No, and...
He's talking about it, the new world being a place where we never interfere with native populations. They sound a lot better than Columbus, gotta be honest.
Well, we just hope the European diseases don't decimate the population.
We just hope the European diseases don't decimate the population. So that's not a good plan. It would have been nice, though, if that didn't happen. I'm going to try and up the audio for when he's speaking, because we need help.
So we can have our own servants.
Now, what if the diseases do kill?
We're blaming on Columbus. I could just see them tearing down his statues now.
So it was the crew that was responsible for the bad stuff that happened. This is the dream, by the way, so if anyone's wondering why the grandpa's suddenly evil, it's Billy's dream. And I'm trying to control this audio as it plays, but it's tricky, because the music gets pretty loud too, right? I don't know who the guy in the stream sequence. Oh wait, the guy is what's-her-face's teacher. The daughter's like college teacher for the Origins of White Privilege class. So I guess that's how he got there. I don't know how Billy would know what this guy looks like, because it's his sister's professor, but here we go.
Just one question. What's his statue?
He asked What's a statue? Oh my god. Statues. Like, in the 15th century, they did not know what a statue was. Statues. Imagining a world where that is cutting edge technology. It's one of those jokes where it's just like, no. It's not funny. It's just, no. Skull. Yeah. Someone points out, statues. Invented in 1895 by Michael Statue. He built a statue of Columbus, and he was the originator. God damn. Also, someone pointed out that it's like a steel background for this ship from the 15th century. Well, we're having fun with this episode, aren't we? This is a good scene. Sorry, all those Roman statues you saw were invented in the 20th century. Oh, sorry. Tough break. Pygmalion didn't invent anything. That's a play that was written in the 19th century, wasn't it? I know, I'm messing with you. That's, God, I can't even remember the playwright. Bertrand Russell? Whatever. Let's keep going.
Oh.
Come in.
Your gruel, sir.
Ah. I really wish we could find another name for this stuff. Gruel even sounds disgusting.
How about slop?
Slop. I like it.
I feel like any sort of liquid-based food is a bad idea for a boat. I've been on a boat. You don't want something that can like swirl around in your play. It would probably be something solid, wouldn't it? I don't know what sailors ate back then. Someone mentioned George Bernard Shaw as writer of the Pygmalion. Thank you for clearing that up. LOTW Studios. Yeah, someone asked, yes, this is meant to be a comedy, but your mileage will vary considerably.
I like it. Yeah, it even looks better. Yeah, it's all about the branding. What's your name, kid?
Billy.
Billy. What do you hear out there? What are all...
Billy, great modern Spanish name, because it'd probably be a Spanish crew manning this, right? Because the Spanish crown financed this. Not Spanish, of course. Spain came along a little later, since we got some very technical people there. It would be Castile would be financing this. But still, I don't think a lot of Billies back then. But whatever, it's a dream. That's actually fine. Someone said this feels like Twin Peaks. Yeah, it is kind of like Twin Peaks in a weird way. See, I bet if it was Twin Peaks, you'd all be saying this is genius. You'd be like, oh, brilliant, brilliant.
What are the indentured servants talking about?
Well, there's a lot of gossip about the Pope.
Really? Spill.
Apparently, Pope Innocent VIII had a bastard son.
It's fake news. It's an unsubstantiated allegation based on a fictitious dossier prepared by the College of Cardinals.
Oh.
Well,
it's one of those jokes that's really, really holds up, you know? Remember, you know, that Trump thing that happened probably when this was written, and yeah, just kind of takes the wind out of your sails, huh?
What else you got?
You know, just the usual drip, drip, drip about mutiny.
Drip, 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 right? Another Trump reference. Wow. People aren't racing to put this on their streaming platforms.
Seems the scullions and the wenches in the galley think you're secretly conspiring with the Portuguese to claim the spice route for yourself.
Steely and Davis. I knew I should.
Columbus suspiciously did land in Portugal when he got back from the Americas. Just a fun fact. And he was kind of playing both sides. He's a bad dude and a complicated guy. But I'm sure it was a complete accident that this got anywhere near history.
They never signed him on his coat.
The Never Columbus crowd are starting to grumble. They don't like what you've been posting on the ship's notice boards. They say it's incendiary and unexplorer-like.
You know, if they don't like it, they can just leave.
Kinda hard to do, sir. You know, because we're on a ship in the middle of an uncharted ocean.
Don't worry, I'll handle the situation.
So what's really funny here is that Columbus is being compared to Trump, which, whoa, that's very interesting, you know, because the people who don't like Trump probably also don't like Columbus and vice versa. But I'll say this for Columbus, he actually did things. Unlike Trump, who was kind of a nothing, wasn't he? Of course, what Columbus did was commit atrocities, so, you know, maybe it's a good thing when horrible fascists can't actually do stuff because they're too incompetent. Just to answer a question, someone asked, would you think the chuds over at the Daily Wire would ever pick this show up? I don't think they would. It's too low quality, too crappy, and they're not that desperate for content. Or rather, their limited funds would not be wasted on something like this. Someone asked how I'm streaming my audio. I am talking into a microphone. Is there an issue up with my my audio here? Yeah. Let me know in the chat if there's an issue there. But let's get back to this wonderful, wonderful stuff.
Sure you will, sir.
Thank you, Billy. Who would name their child Billy?
The ship sailed onward, but 2 long months after they started, there was still no sign of land ahead. Turn back, Columbus! Turn back, Columbus!
More Pond 5. Okay. I'm always a little paranoid about my audio. That's why I asked, and I'm just catching up. So everyone, if you're wondering why there's a Pond 5 there, and you just came in recently, it's because this is kind of, this is not the finished product. These are all placeholders things, and so they haven't actually paid for any of this. They just stole it from a stock footage site called Pond 5. That'd be a good drinking game though, right? Like every time you see the Pond 5 come up, you'd like take a drink or a shot. Yeah, anyone who wants my audio to be consistent in the show, it's not consistent. So I'm afraid I can't do that. My audio, I hope, stays at least a little bit consistent. This is not a leaked version. This is a version that one of the producers put on his Vimeo page. I'm guessing he's sending it to studios, so they'll take a look and be like, oh, we want to pay for this. But obviously, it hasn't worked out for them. But this is a long dream sequence, isn't it? I think it's most of the episode. That's what I'm guessing. We've only got about 8 minutes left. So let's keep moving. I'm immediately uncomfortable. Also, if they're headed to America, well, I guess they could have gotten slaves from North Africa, but yeah, this is, yeah.
What's up? Hey.
So these are the workers at the paint store. That's where these actors come from. They work for Kevin Sorbo, because he runs a paint store. For this, it hasn't really come up. Well, it did come up in an earlier scene, I guess. The guy on the right tends to make jokes about how he's black, as you would do in a terrible show like this. Like he'll put up a tip jar for reparations. Isn't that fun? Great. And the woman on the left is actually Latina, so that makes even less sense. Or at least there is a Latina woman in the paint shop. I'm not even sure if this is the same actress, come to think of it. I don't remember what she looks like. She's like obsessed with Instagram and stuff, so yeah, kind of a stock character. She does have a terrible accent. I wonder if she's going to use it in the stream sequence.
I'm hearing things.
What kind of things?
Bad things.
Well, you know, sometimes the ozone can mess with your hearing. My tinnitus has been just awful since we left Spain.
Why is his voice like that? He's got like some weird speech impediment going on. Feels like it was done in one take and they didn't really care.
Silence!
Dude, can you just chill? Kind of having a thing here. And...
Say what?
Yeah.
I smell a rat.
Of course. We're cooking them for lunch.
By October 10th.
So I guess the servants were loyal to Columbus. It's so bizarre. And I just want to address, someone said, I might like Vinland Saga. You're wrong. I would love Vinland Saga because I loved it. Such a great series. If you want to go see a good history anime, watch Vinland Saga. Second season's in January, I believe. But it's about the Norse invasion of the British Isles. It's very good. It's very, very good. Hopefully Billy will wake up and get us out of this dream sequence.
The sailors and the crew were ready to take matters into their own hands.
If Columbus won't do as we ask, we'll put him in
Pawn
chains
five.
and we'll
Take
turn
another
the
drink.
ships around ourselves.
Oh, look at that green screen. Great green screen. Wait a second. Back it up.
If Columbus won't do as we ask, we'll put him in chains
I wanna
and
see
we'll
something.
turn the ships around.
Look at that little X. Look at that little X right there. Whew. Very, very sloppy work, guys. Come on. I know this isn't the final version, but even so, I just like how they left that little X in the background. That's an artifact that they should really not include, but they're not competent.
Ourselves.
An X cloud.
What do you see, sir?
Possibility.
Yeah, I can see it too.
We are successful in our quest. Who knows what glorious events will unfold in the land that we...
The X is kind of floating around just to the right of Kevin Sorbo's head. This is just really fun.
Wow, really?
Oh, the social structure that we start could make the world a better place. It's a land of opportunity. I see schools and hospitals and...
Not even close to what Columbus was doing there. He saw gold. He was going for gold. And also maybe a passage to India so they could trade spices and make money. This is about money, people. Also, I mean, there were elements of the Spanish crown that also wanted to do missionary work because they were very religious. But yeah, land of opportunity. Okay, dude. Also slaves. Slaves are about for making money. That too. And spotting the X might be the most fun part of this episode.
Laws that treat everyone equally.
Awesome.
Laws that treat everyone equally. Wow. I feel like even a Columbus defender would be blushing at this point, because how can they? But this is a long dream sequence. Does anyone remember why we're talking about Columbus? I do. It's because there was a debate coming up, right? A debate between Billy and his teacher. But we're just living in this dream sequence. I was hoping we'd get a debate in this episode, but with 6 minutes left, I don't know.
Awesome.
Totally awesome. So, what have we here?
Mutineers, sir.
Very disappointing, but not surprising.
Shall I get up and look in the plank?
Oh, not yet. Let's hear what they have to say for themselves.
Don't say a word.
See if you... I was thinking maybe like take a shot when you see the X's, but that would kill someone with all these X's everywhere. Wait, someone said the boom mic was in frame? Ooh, I usually catch that. Let's go back. Oh, there it is. Up top. Yeah, boom mic. Love it. You know, that actually happens on professional shows too. when I'm watching old sitcoms, I almost always spot a boom mic at some point. I just don't mention it in the retrospective because I think that's silly. But still, it's very it's very fun to see it pop up every now and again. And for this kind of show, it's worth talking about. So let's hear more of this voice that this like Sylvester the cat voice that the grandpa's doing. Barry Bostwick, that is.
Shall I get up and look in the plank?
Oh, not yet. Let's hear what they have to say for themselves.
Don't say a word. United we stand, divided we fall.
Or think, as the case may be.
Dude, they totally bribed me with a baked rat and the promises of a wench.
It wasn't a promise. It was wishful thinking on your part.
Oh, you wish you could get with someone with a clean scurvy test like me.
You arrogant worm! I hope you get explosive dysentery.
Way ahead of you!
Enough! Everyone.
Wow, they're making a lot of comments about diseases sailors got.
On the plank.
Walking the plank.
That was a weird cut. Let me see that cut again.
Walking the plank.
You don't cut from one shot to the same shot. Do they not have any other footage? Any other angle? Couldn't they cut to like a reaction shot from Kevin Sorbo? Something? Wow, I feel like I could edit this better, and I'm not even like a real editor. I just have a YouTube channel. The music, yeah, I don't know why we have this like angelic music. Pawn 5. They flipped that one. Why did they flip it? Ooh, that's you know, the rules of action. I want to pause on that shark. It's such low quality rule. Yeah, they got the 180 rule. If he's facing from the right, the shark has to be facing from the left because they're in a conversation together. Someone's saying like, yeah, they could write it better and do better for like, yeah, everything could be better. I'm just thinking like, if someone gave me this footage, I could put it together better than whoever edited this. I feel like if someone asked me to write this, I just would write something completely different. But yeah, that's a cool shark. Would that count as pawn 5 in the drinking game? Because technically it's backwards, right? Maybe you have to like regurgitate a shot.
I have no regrets. Except maybe my choice of desserts. I mean, if I'm being honest, I could have done better than blood pudding.
Oh,
Definitely could have.
off you go then.
Blood pudding joke. Okay.
Wait!
What is it? I mean, the sharks are hungry.
Another quick shot. The shark diving into a camera.
Can't we all just get along?
What you talking about?
Wow, it's just stock lines from old things.
Along, as if.
Well, let's hear the boy speak.
What if, instead of plotting against each other, we tried to make Senor Columbus's vision happen?
This would be appreciated.
What if he's right? What if there is a beautiful world out there? What if we have the opportunity to create the perfect shining city upon the hill?
Of course, a Reagan reference. Also, where are they getting this? Like, Mr. Columbus's vision? Ah, man.
Hey, talk about a Jesus complex, this guy.
I mean, what's he been smoking? Portuguese gold?
Thanks, Billy. You did your best. That's all anyone can ask.
Nice little microphone pop there.
Land.
Did you see the mic? Okay, I'm gonna pause it. That was crazy. It's right there. How? Come on, guys. Crop the image or something, or use a different shot. Or... wow. Also, that microphone looks to be very poor quality. Yeah, they plan to digitally remove it, but maybe. I don't know if they have that level of competency, though. It's very funny. This is something kids would put together. Holy crap. Don't besmirch the good name of a Star Trek holodeck episode. That would look better than this. Someone's saying it's a light bulb. Is it? I think it's supposed to be a mic. It's just got a weird sock on it. No windscreen. Whoa. Wow. I know this is an unfinished production, but this is a shot that I don't think would be used, period. Yeah, everyone's saying it is a mic. Like, what? Okay, why would you put lighting on a stick like that anyway? Whew. I just love this shot. I just love it so much. Let's see if the mic gets even more egregious.
Land. Yes!
All is forgiven, guys.
No help here, guys.
This calls for celebration.
Wait.
Cook, prepare a feast of your best slop.
Yo-ho!
You have to take 3 shots for that one, which I guess simulates a shark eating Barry Bostwick. And there's the mic still in the shot. It's amazing no one wanted to buy this. This is worse than the last time. Like, what is with this framing too? Why is like the left side of the screen just empty? You could like crop that out and crop out the top, and anyway.
Cook.
Hello. Define myth, a story that has been exaggerated over time.
So finally the stream's over. Okay, so that makes sense, right? Remember when he woke up in the beginning about having a nightmare about free stuff? He just has nightmares all the time about the left? Like, I'm not even sure what the point of that dream was, right? Think about what that story was. Columbus was being a jerk. Thank you so much, Sylvia Cobello. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but I hope I got close. Great job, as usual, Winky Face. I appreciate the super chat. Okay, I want to reflect on the dreams story. Columbus was minding his own business when the cook and a few crewmen decided to start plotting a mutiny. Some other crew members found out, reported them, and when they were making the crew members who were mutinying walk the plank, they found land, which would be somewhere in the Caribbean. Who knows how much history was involved with that. But that was it. And then the cook falls in the water. I don't know what that dream is supposed to mean other than Columbus was a hero and had all these people plotting against him, like Trump, I guess? Okay, let's see how Billy contextualizes it for us, because we're not getting a lot of hints from that dream sequence.
The Never Columbus crowd is starting to grumble.
Today's societal ills are traceable back 1,000 years to the founding of what are now patriarchal norms.
They have changed the name of Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day.
We're just getting clips from the episode. Holy smoke.
Where the hell's the toilet paper?
Christopher Columbus. He was
I don't know what the point of that was. The first episode did have this whole COVID thing where Billy was hoarding toilet paper. I guess they're bringing it forward in this episode, but it didn't really make sense, huh? Okay, so let's read this first. He was famous and brave. No. Brought faith to barbarous nations. Wow, okay. No, they had their own religious beliefs. Okay. Discovered America, also no. Aside from, well, I would use infamous, so maybe not even that. Yeah, woof. This is pretty yikesy. I guess the drawing is pretty good, except not really. That's actually kind of a gross picture of an indigenous person in the corner. So we got nothing here. We got nothing. Give you an F, Billy, just on this image alone. But let's hear him defend it at least.
famous and brave. He brought faith to barbaric nations. He discovered America. He transformed the world.
Transform the world isn't an inherently good thing. But it did transform the world. That's certainly true.
He's basically the foundation of all American history.
Foundation of all American history. Because there was no history before Columbus. Whoa, okay. And cool statues. Whew. Wow. Also someone like, where is that PowerPoint presentation? Good point. I guess he threw out the PowerPoint presentation so he can instead just write on a whiteboard. Something about whiteboards he probably really likes, I'm guessing.
And he's got some pretty cool statues.
Give him an F, teacher. Yeah, XXX. It's called being a good teacher right here. See, now that's a teacher. That's what you should do. Genocidal maniac F, because you can't just write some wrong things on a whiteboard and genuflect towards a random dude.
You had me at Scurvy made people crazy, but I think you crossed the line with the Knights of Columbus should be part of Trump's cabinet.
Oh, so there was more. We're just not getting that.
Bridge too far?
Yeah, afraid so.
I learned a thing or two today.
Well, okay. Yeah, someone mentioned the use of the term maniac. That's probably not the best choice of term. But genocidal, certainly. He knew what he was doing. There was no mental, as far as I know, no mental or psychological issues with Columbus. It was just horrible colonialism. Let's get the rest of this, the lesson we're supposed to take away from this. As Billy writes up the moral of the story. That's usually what happens at the end of a sitcom. We get it wrapped up in a neat little bow. And this is very on the nose.
First, don't get into a philosophical fight with someone who can put you in the clink. All you libertarians out there know this already.
Someone has power over you, you can't argue with them. I mean, kind of. Whether or not teachers should have that power is, I guess, a question. But Billy was clearly wrong here. And I think it's okay to argue with teachers, but I don't think teachers just send you to detention for arguing with them. I don't know. Maybe some do. It's been a while since I've been in grade school.
Second, Christopher Columbus was a flawed but a brave man. Who did his...
A flawed but a brave man. Might want another run at that line, but they didn't really talk about his flaws, did they? They just, like, had people labeling him, as someone who committed genocide without really detailing it, and the people who called him genocidal were always made to be the bad guys. So who on the other side really addressed his flaws? Aside from comparing him to Trump, I guess. But then again, the show used Trump positively, so it's the way I guess a Trump supporter would see his actions as flawed. It's like, oh, he's a little loud sometimes. It's like, yeah, also, a fascist.
It's best to bring us all to a better place.
He wasn't doing his best to bring people to a better place. This is like one of the weirdest revisions. Like, no, Columbus was not trying to found America. Like, just flat out no.
And I love him.
Remember the crewmates? See, here we are in the paint shop, if you're wondering what they were like.
Because he reminds me of my dad.
That's weird that Columbus reminds him of his dad? Wow, that's very mean to say about your dad. I guess we're done here. I don't want to get a claim for whatever this music is, so let me just oh wait, there's a credit sequence. I wonder if Billy joins the Avengers. I don't want to get a claim for this music though. Okay. Let me try. I'm going to turn it off on the stream, but I'll tell you what's happening, all right? So I'm going to turn off my desktop audio, so you're not going to be able to hear this, but I'll report back to you what's going down. It's just music. Just music. See, I need to be able to listen, so I've just muted the desktop audio here, for anyone wondering. You're not hearing the music, right? Oh, this is just, what's his face, finding the pot brownies. I kind of like this song, though. It's not too bad. It's very generic sounding, but it's got a nice little bounce to it. It's just repeating this bit, I guess, because it was so funny. Super chat from Darby. Columbus crew carried syphilis across the ocean, and mania is a symptom of advanced syphilis. So maniac may be accurate. More research needed. The syphilis stuff I know is obviously true. Mania, I don't know if that's the term that would be used in a diagnosis these days. I think the idea of not using maniac is because certain terms are used to... there's a lot of terms that like that regarding mental health that are a bit... problematic, I guess, and we should sometimes avoid using them, even if they may have been used in diagnoses in the past, maybe even in the present. And I think it's just important we not stigmatize mental health, and it's something I've been trying pretty hard to do in my own work. So if you ever notice something like that in one of my videos, I appreciate it being called out. That's how we get better, right? Thank you, 255 AD. Pot is not LSD. That's a good point. It's not. Now he just said what he said earlier, like, what is this? I'm flying. So that was nothing. We didn't miss anything. So don't worry, everybody. I'll turn the desktop audio back on. Credits, and it just played that clip with music and a little bit of audio, or a few lines of dialogue we'd already heard. And there we go. That was episode 2 of the Potwins. I don't think we have the power, or I don't have the power in me right now to try watching episode 3. And I feel like that's a good thing to save for a future stream. So I hope you understand. That's what we're gonna. That's the most Billy Potwin we're gonna have. But we've only been going for about 2 hours, so I feel like we can talk about something else, maybe watch something else. So for this, this Bradford Broyles channel has a bunch of things on it. We could just choose a random thing and watch it. Not an episode of the Pot Wounds. We already done that. I'm not going to watch the sizzle reel. If you do go to this, I would strongly recommend you not click on the sizzle reel because there's a very, well, I don't want to describe it, but it's incredibly gross. And I don't mean like, ooh, I got to find out what this is. I mean, it's bad. I don't know. When do we want to watch that third episode? I don't know about next week. So I've actually got a friend visiting from out of town, so I don't know if I'm going to be free next week. But maybe the week after. I will put up a community post on when the next stream will be. But we're still in this stream. Like, we don't have to bounce yet, right? We can chill. We could watch one of these COVID sessions, which is about a couple that's getting therapy, but it's pretty bad. It's 5 or 6 minutes, and it's just not good. I've watched the first one, but I haven't watched the second one. Getting some questions. Someone asked, am I aware of the Velma lesbian freakout? I am aware. It was pretty bad and sad. Like, who really cares about that? But people do. People get very concerned because Velma might be a lesbian. I feel like I should add more of a plan because I want to watch something, but oh god. Someone asked, the stream bot is available. Yes, all streams are in an unlisted well, the playlist is listed, but the videos are unlisted. So you can find that under the in one of the playlists on my channel page. Like, it would look like this if you were going to my... See, that's something I need to check. I like that comment. But if you were going to my channel, you would... I'll show you how to find all the old streams. You would go to playlists, and it's right here, streams. Just view the full playlist, and you can see all the streams. Not that many, only 10. And this is the 10th stream? Oh, wow, I should have done something special for the 10th stream. Okay, let's do something wild and see what how the poll is doing. I'm first gonna vote in it. That's a good idea. I put up that poll for the next sitcom retrospective. There's just a reminder of what the options were. Okay. I'm just gonna now check to see what the results are. That needs to go away. That was a misclick. All right, so, wow, all right. Looking at the current results, I'm gonna bring them over. Just taking a screenshot. Please no one go by what I chose. I just chose MASH because someone said it was doing the most poorly, so I figured, why not? But the current results look like this. Wow, Sabrina the Teenage Witch is in first. So that's, I guess, not that surprising. Arrested Development, very strong second place. My Name is Earl, not too far off, but I'm a little sad that George Lopez is doing so poorly. Ooh, that's... Yikes. I feel bad for George Lopez, but I guess it's not too surprising that Sabrina's first. This is how many votes? It says 200 and something. It's actually a lot more than that. I didn't refresh the page when I cast my vote. This is 3,000 votes. Okay, that's a lot of votes. Oh wait, no, those aren't even the up-to-date results. I'm sorry, I misrepresented things. Okay. Wow, okay, this is different. Wow, we're gonna get a live update here. Wish there were an easier way to do this. There, with 3,000 votes, that's a much better update. Sabrina's no longer in first, but Arrested Development is. It's a lot tighter than the last poll, isn't it? Someone saying stop the count. No, we're not stopping this count. This could go in a lot of directions. Sabrina's no longer in first. I feel kind of sad, but Arrested Development, that'd be interesting. MASH is in fourth. But George Lopez doing, I guess 14% is better than 13. My Name is Earl. It's all very close. It's all very close. Ooh, this is a tough one, huh? Oh wow, Maggie Mayfish. Hello Maggie, how are things? But yeah, this poll is going to be up there for the next week. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, when I pulled up those earlier votes with Sabrina in first, and now this like massive turn of events with Arrested Developments jumping into first place, we're gonna see how this goes. I am very curious how this is gonna turn out. I'll make my decision next week. I technically, how do I phrase this? I am not bound by any poll, you see. So I may call on occasion I call an audible, but I always try to do whatever ends up in first place. And sometimes I do second place. We'll see how it goes. So it's quite possible I'll do Arrested Development and Sabrina. But if, as the votes come in, that could easily change because this is really tight. People talking about stopping the steal. Hey, I'm not putting anything on here, right? There are no steals. This is a complete legit above board election. All is good in the world, and somehow it'll end up being a video about Joe Biden. What are the odds? Okay, so we checked in on that. I'm glad we did that. And just the reaction from everyone here is very intense. I kind of wish that Kevin Sorbo's sitcom would be distributed somewhere so then I could do all three of them. Or do the whole 10 episode run. And that would be a fun retrospective. Also, there's a high pitched noise coming from somewhere now. People hear that? It's somewhere in my building. Great. I used to watch Hercules a lot when I was younger. It was one of my favorite shows. So the Kevin Sorbo change has been sad. God, that tone is really annoying. I hope no one can hear it. I think for the next poll, though, I'm just going to do shows that don't star white people. Because it's been a lot of white people stuff. And I don't know. I mean, George Lopez will probably be on that. And then we'll put, I don't know, someone suggested Fresh Off the Boat. That might be fun to check. Yeah, I think it's Living Single. We were talking about that earlier. Martin might be good. Yeah, just something a little history of TV. It's been a lot of white people. Yeah, that's true, Maggie. I was talking about that a little earlier about how since so many of my shows are older, 20 and 30 years old, I mean, compared to more recent television, in the history of TV, I guess it's not that old. It's mostly been white people, especially if we're talking about the big hit shows of the 90s. It's white people. It's a lot of white people. And I actually discussed that a little bit in my Frasier video. That show was actually going to be a bit more diverse, but pressure from the studio, the network, NBC, made it white because originally Daphne was supposed to be played by Rosie Perez. She would have had a different name, but they made Jane Leaves there. And there was that comment from one of the Borowitzes, who was a producer on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where they were pressured to add new actors, and basically it was subtly said that add some white people to this show, and they thankfully resisted that. So just by the way, Edward, Irish is foreign. Daphne is English, not Irish. Although it's been said her Manchester accent is a bit off, right? And yeah, someone mentioned Asian representation. There is so little Asian representation. Can anyone think of a single show I've covered where there was an Asian cast member? Because I can't. Genuinely, let's look at the shows I've covered. That's a good question. View the full playlist here. So Roseanne, no. Murphy Brown, no. Home Improvement, no. Married with Children, no. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, no. Malcolm in the Middle. Someone said Malcolm in the Middle. I don't think there was an Asian character in that. So no. Dinosaurs Were All Dinosaurs. Cosby Show, no. Cheers, no. The Golden Girls, no. Boy Meets World, no. Frasier, no. Scrubs, no. So there you go. Not a single Asian character in any of this. And even when we think of like Hispanic characters, it's Scrubs. Is Scrubs the only one? It may be. Yeah, looking at the rest of these. Wow. There is someone suggested I should do Gilmore Girls. Probably won't. I know people love it. Scrubs had Franklin. Franklin wasn't in the principal cast. Come on, if we're doing like random characters who appear for a few episodes, then you're really stretching things. Franklin like left to do, that was Masioka, wasn't it? From Heroes. Oh, that's right. Malcolm in the Middle had Paloma was, I don't know if she joined the principal cast, but she was part of the show. She was meant to be indigenous though, but she was Filipina. So and yeah, I would put Dr. Wen in the same category as Franklin. Dr. Wen's in like 5 episodes. Come on. But yeah, I forgot about Paloma. That was an Asian actress, even though she was meant to be indigenous. Although they never really say where or like what group she's from. And dinosaurs did have white people. They were all cave people. So they were there. You can't get away from white people. You can go back millions of years, but the white people are going to be there because it's a sitcom. But yeah, there were cave people and dinosaurs. Someone asked about a Community retrospective. The big problem with Community is that it's in part distributed by Sony, and Sony is a nightmare to work with. So if I did cover Community, it would have to be after the movie, and maybe if Sony learns how to loosen up. That's why Community wasn't on the poll, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately, I don't know. I feel like I would be negative on it, even though I enjoyed it at the time, just because of my distaste for Dan Harmon. I went over that earlier. I don't know. Dan Harmon is just kind of insufferable. I'm glad you enjoyed the thumbnail, Nicholas. I put it together and I was like, I guess that's fine. Someone mentioned, I actually really enjoyed Kim's Convenience. That'd be interesting, although, yeah, the cast afterwards were not happy with what that show became. The thing about Kim's Convenience is that even though the creator is, it's based on his life, I believe, or his family to a degree, all the writers on the show are white, so it doesn't always ring true. And yeah, the later seasons in particular, there were issues with how as a Korean family, how they were presented. But it is a really good show, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately. Of course, it's a good thing that it's a good show. I just wish it had been there had been more representation behind the scenes, aside from the showrunner. Although at least it was a show run by an Asian creative person. It actually started out as a stage play here in Toronto, so I could have like that connection too. It would be interesting to explore. And yeah, I guess we're just going to talk about old shows for now. Unless someone can suggest something cool we can all watch, we're just going to talk about TV. All American Girl would be interesting to talk about because of what Margaret Cho went through behind the scenes. Like the pressure on her to maintain a certain weight was huge, and I know that like impacted her health a lot. And it was a very popular show at the time. It didn't run for very long, from what I remember. I can look that up. For some reason, you just get the Carrie Underwood song. But yeah, it ran for 1 season. 19 episodes. Wow. That would be a quick one, huh? But that was a good show, from what I remember. Or at least I remember being young and watching it. We could watch... Ooh, what could... I just had... ideas are popping to my head. We could watch an episode of That 80s Show as like a warm-up for That 70s Show. Do people want to watch That 80s Show? It's all on YouTube. Featuring a young Glenn Howerton. I might get claimed though. I'm a little wary. Maybe not. Or well, I don't know. Do we want to roll the dice on this? Someone mentioned The Nanny. The reason The Nanny isn't going to happen is because it's distributed by Sony as well. Sony shows in general, I am reluctant to work on because they're very hard to get onto YouTube. Someone wants me to do Star Trek. I adore Star Trek, but here's the thing. There are a lot of Star Trek videos, a lot of really good ones, and I feel like mine would just not measure up in some cases. And some of my takes on Star Trek might be... I'd feel like I'd be doing it for the sake of controversy. Like, I would just do something like, why Star Trek Picard is amazing, and then everyone would be upset with me. That's what my Star Trek video would be. It's so good. It's like, I don't know. I feel like I have to go over the top to defend it. Yeah, see? People are all like, I disagree, and now turning on me. I'm sorry you're all wrong, but Star Trek Picard is just really good. It's so good, you guys. You just have to acknowledge it. See, that's what it would be. We'd all just start fighting. It's like when I started that Gundam video with saying that Gundam Seed is the best Gundam. Wow, that I still get comments where people are like, that's when I stopped listening to your video, which is just... Oh, I love those comments. God. Although speaking of Gundam, has anyone seen The Witch from Mercury? That is so good. It's so good, everyone. The Witch from Mercury. I wish we could watch that. I know the episode 0 is on here, and it's just love it. I haven't watched the most recent episode, but it's good. I won't spoil anything, but ooh, so good. People are still upset about my Picard take. That's sorry, or maybe not sorry. I don't know. Actually, right now, I almost, you know what? Here's a story, a behind the scenes story about this stream. I was in a rush to start because I was editing the retrospective for that 70s show, which is nearly done. I've got like, I don't know, 15 or 20 minutes left to edit together. And I wanted to okay, I'll say Picard has flaws, all right? There you go. It's not a flawless show, but I just think a lot of the hate is unwarranted, and I think the Red Letter Media videos about it are truly awful. So yeah, before I was going to start this stream, I told myself, you know what? I'm going to take a moment because a few weeks ago I decided to watch Deep Space Nine from beginning to end, something I've never done. I have watched Deep Space Nine, but I've not watched the whole thing beginning to end. It was just like, you know, it's here and there, and I never felt like I got the true experience. So I've been watching random episodes, and I was like, I had to go out to get some food, and when I came back, I was like, you know what? I wanted to watch an episode of Deep Space Nine before the stream started, and I remember I was really late, and I was thinking, do I delay the stream so I can watch an episode of Deep Space Nine? And I didn't. I wanted to start on time for all of you, but and it's good DS9. I'm in season 4 right now, so it's getting really good. Yeah. Well, who's my favorite Deep Space Nine character? That's a good question. Oh God, it depends on the season, right? Because like, for instance, I think Dax was pretty weak in season 1, but she gets way better as the seasons go along, right? So, but Quark is so good in season 1, like, and later on though, like, Garrick. Someone mentioned I love Garrick. Garrick is so good. Odo is great. I'm a little sad that I'm not enjoying O'Brien more because he was like, you know, my TNG boy. TNG's still my favorite. Although he's still good. Like, everyone is good. Someone said Odo is the worst. Talk about wrong opinions. And yes, R.I.P. Rene Auberjonois. Did people enjoy his appearance in Frasier? In my video, I went out of my way to make sure I included him as Dr. Tewksbury. But yeah, that's oh yeah, season 1 Bashir is so creepy. Like, how did he not get fired? And yeah, O'Brien still has great episodes. I'm not saying he's bad. I just wish they did more of them, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, Bashir should have been fired in season 1. Because he's creeping on Dax the whole time, and it's like, God, dude, she turned you down, and he's still creeping on her. Like, there was that time she was really sick. I forget what the illness was, and she's like coming to. Oh no, it was when that they performed surgery on her, and some guy was trying to steal her symbiote, some other Trill dude, and like Bashir's like stroking her face, and he's like, Jansia, I won't let you die. And it's like, dude, stop stroking her face and caressing her like that. She's like on death's door and has turned you down multiple times. Don't take advantage of your patient, you creep. Oh God, that was awful. But yeah, he should just realize that he and Garrick are in love. That would be fun. Oh, that's interesting. Someone said apparently Garrick played the character, or Andrew Robinson played Garrick as bi and was into Bashir. That would explain like the infatuation with them. That was a good one. Someone said Jake is awful, but Jake plus Nog is great. That's kind of true. I like Jake when he's not Jake, I guess. Like when he, I just watched the one where they travel in time and he becomes an old man and Cisco's there. I cried a bit during that one. Yeah, it was emotional. I do like I like when Jake fixed up his dad with Cassidy. That was really funny. Cause cause he's like, I guess a ladies' man. That was fun. Okay. They should have given more to Keiko. That's true. I don't know. Is she going to be around in this? Don't spoil. Well, I mean, I guess I already watched the show, but I'm hoping we see more Keiko. But I felt like she was kind of shuffled away. It would have been nice to see more of O'Brien as a family man. Also, the little girl who played Molly is adorable. Every time I see her, it's just like, oh, what a cutie. I don't know how they found such a cute actress, but maybe it helps that she's there and gone, because generally I don't like kids in anything because they're not good at acting. Just give them one line and let them look cute, and then they can leave. My anti-kid stance in acting, when it comes to acting. So there we go. Ooh, this is getting very Star Trek heavy. I guess we can watch a clip from that 70s or that 80s show, but they're all episodes. I'm trying to think of like what would be a good moment, because I did watch the whole thing recently. Like what's a good that 80s show moment we could watch? But there aren't really any, are there? Because it's not a great show. The promotion is just going to be one of those like, oh yeah, we could watch the ad for it. That might be kind of amusing. Okay, let's take a break from all this DS9 talk to watch an ad for that 80s show.
This January.
Okay, let's turn that down.
You've got style, that's what other...
Am I gonna claim for this song now? What?
Go back in time to the 80s.
Oh god, I'm gonna claim for this. But it's very 80s, isn't it? Also, the whole Asian actor thing made me think of the fact that this show actually has an Asian actor, which I thought was cool. How nice, right? It's the origin of Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, huh? It's very 80s, isn't it? That's the problem with the show. I go into more detail about this in the video, but it was a show that just didn't have characters. It was more, well, I mean, there were characters. It just, all the 80s references were just in your face, and they weren't really done to inform you about the characters. They were just there to be like, look, it's the 80s. So for instance, Tuesdays like got this punk look, right? That's something. But yeah, someone's saying here's an 80s thing, the TV series. That's the problem with, there was like one scene in where they go to a club and there's this dude on a giant cell phone that's like one of those brick phones. And he's like, I'm on a phone in the club, not a pay phone. It's a cell phone. And like, oh, okay. And then after they do that, they just kind of move on. And like, that's the joke, right? The joke is it's a giant portable phone like they had back in the 80s. Now we can compare that to something on that 70s show. So there's, I think it was the pilot episode. There's a scene where Eric, Donna, Jackie, and Kelso are all watching. If you don't know who these characters are because you never watched the show, they're just a bunch of teens. They're watching the Brady Bunch. And Eric and Donna are mocking the show because it's like that episode where the football hits Jan in the face. It's like a famous scene, and her nose gets messed up. And like the whole time they're like mocking it and laughing. And then Jackie is like, looks at him, is like, it's like, can you guys stop? I'm trying to listen. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, because she's really into the show. And the whole idea of that scene is it shows that Eric and Donna are kind of outsiders when it comes to popular culture, whereas Jackie, she's more trendy and into it with like these the modern sitcoms of the day. And it tells you something about the characters, right? It tells you their relationship to one another. Like Jackie's a bit mean to Donna and Eric, but also how they relate to the 70s and pop culture within the 70s. And yeah, it's good, right? It's good. That's how I think an era can really inform a comedy, whereas that 80s show didn't do enough of that, whereas that 70s show did up to a certain point. I'll get into that in the video. There is a point where I did not enjoy it that much as a show, we'll say. I don't go too hard on it. Maybe I should have, but yeah. And there is a really funny scene in that 70s show. Let me see if I can. Nah, let's not. That clip might be fun though. Nah, let's do it. There's one thing I couldn't include in the video, but I thought was really funny. It's a small clip, so I shouldn't get claimed, right? Right? Anyway, I really like this moment in that 70s show because it shows how mean Jackie is to Kelso. He's lying to her and trying to convince Jackie that he's not cheating on her when he actually is. And she's decided to believe him.
Fine. I believe you, Michael. But know this. If you're not telling the truth, I will find out. Because I'm smart, and you aren't.
I just love how she delivers that. I'm smart, and you aren't. And yeah, she did. Mila Kunis did lie about her age to get on the show. She was 14 when she was cast as Jackie, and I believe she was 15 when they filmed the pilot. Or she was certainly 15 in season 1. It's a little uncomfortable watching her with Ashton Kutcher, who's 20 years old in season 1. Yeah, I feel like I'm going into stuff that's going to be talked about in the video, but when they were hiring her, they asked her like if she was turning 18, and she's like, yeah, she just didn't tell them on the year. Tell them what year she was turning 18. And no, they didn't use teenagers as teenagers. She was the only one that was age appropriate. Like I mentioned, Ashton Kutcher was 20. Everyone else was around that age, right? Like 19, 20, 21. Topher Grace might have been the youngest, aside from Mila Kunis. And it's very interesting that Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis are now married. It's an interesting dynamic. They seem happy together. They have a couple of kids. I don't think it was accidental grooming because they got married, or they got together. They started dating in 2012, and the show went off the air in like 2006. And because Mila Kunis was actually dating Macaulay Culkin at the time, and Ashton Kutcher was dating Demi Moore when the show went off the air. So they were actually not in any way involved. They were just friends. And from what I've heard in my research, like everyone is kind of surprised they got together. because it was like they were friends, right? It's just they didn't have that kind of relationship on the set, at least. Just Friends. No, it was that 70s show. Yeah. I mean behind the scenes, but you know what I mean. Oh wait, I gotta remove a spam bot. Give me a moment here. Someone advertising their dating site. There we go. That's gone. Someone asked what the next retrospective is. It's that 70s show. That's what it's gonna be on. It's nearly done. It's probably gonna have a runtime of about an hour and 45 minutes. That's what I'm roughly estimating right now. Could change though. You know, I'm slowly cutting things out and adding stuff. Do people want to watch the handwriting video? I don't even know what that is. This one down here, I guess. No, I don't want to watch the handwriting video. Okay. Oh, someone said Laura Prepon was 17, 18. That sounds about right. The reason I think Topher Grace was probably a teen is because the way they discovered him was that he was doing a school play with the creator's daughter. And they were really impressed by his performance. They asked him to audition, and he got the role, which I think is very cool. Discovered in a school play. He was 20? When did they see that school play? Well, I guess he was a bit older then. Yeah, damn. 20 years old at the beginning of that. He looks really young, though, doesn't he? Yeah, did anyone find that last week tonight clip? Let's circle back. Did anyone find that? I put you all on a mission, right? To find the clip where I'm mentioned in Last Week Tonight. If it supposedly exists, you know? I don't even know if that's true. Everyone was like, there were at least 2 people in the chat who said it was true. Were they liars? Did they lie to me? Did they lie to all of you? Someone asked, yes, I have watched Power Rangers. I was super into it as a child. Someone, see, like, no, everyone's saying, like, I watched Last Week Tonight was, yeah. Didn't happen. It's interesting that we're getting a comment about the person I'm not going to mention was the oldest at 22. I know who you mean. And I talk about him in the video. And I feel like that's going to be a part of the video that doesn't quite work out. Because I have to talk about it, right? He's part of the show. And there's just a bit at the end, like, what happened with him? Plushy Pony, thank you so much. You're all manually breathing now. Okay. You really caught everyone with that. And oh yeah, that's interesting. Maybe they used one of my clips or something. Anyway, so it's going to be difficult to talk about. Well, I can say his name. It's Danny Masterson. His trial is in 2 days. For those who don't know, he played the role of Hyde on that 70s show. His trial is because 3 different women accused him of sexual assault, and he's been charged with 3 counts of rape. Part of me kind of wants to hold off the video until that trial is over, but there are multiple trials happening around this guy. I don't really talk too much about the Scientology angle of it all, although it seems to be protecting him. But yeah, he's a bad dude, and I think it's important to acknowledge that he's a bad dude. And one thing I didn't do, because anyone who's watched one of the retrospectives knows that they always end with like a wrap up of like what everyone's up to after the show ended. I didn't really talk about that for him. For him, I just mentioned the charges against him and then had a discussion about what that means and how we understand like works of art that are either created by or feature people who do horrible things. And one thing I learned while researching the show is of his 3 victims, 2 of them are anonymous, but one of them isn't. And she was actually on an episode of that 70s show. So it feels different when you're watching a show and you know that someone's victim is there and was. It's something that I didn't really talk about too much on in the Cosby Show video, but that was something I had a section on there I actually took out, because it happened with Cosby as well. Several of his victims appeared on the show. It's really sad. And I don't know. I hope I can do that section at least some justice, and we'll know when the video goes out, I guess. And if people have some issues, I will happily address them as best I can. All right. I'll answer a fun question. What era of Power Rangers is your favorite? The dinosaurs from the original. Literally the only one I watched. I stopped watching as soon as it went Turbo. Was that the next era? I bounced from that show. I felt like I was too old for it. That's an interesting question. Is there any ensemble show with a cast as successful as this show? That's a good, yeah, I don't know. For a lot of shows, most people, it's like, let me go back to that playlist. So for a lot of these shows, you can tell like most actors peaked at these shows. You might get like a breakout star like Will Smith, or like Ted Danson and Woody Harrelson were pretty successful. But there's always a huge bunch of people who just never go on to be as big as they were on a hit show. And part of that is just like, a hit show is a hit show. When are you going to be in the top show in America again? It's very difficult to do that. But the cast of that 70s show all did pretty well afterwards, with a few exceptions. I don't think... Wait, were there any exceptions? Well, I could say like Don Stark didn't really do huge things after that, right? He wasn't hugely successful, let's say. I mean, he still does things, but he was always sort of a character actor. But like that's the reach already. If I'm talking about Bob, but if you look at all these other shows, like I can name like Murphy Brown. Candice Bergen is Candice Bergen, but everyone else on that show just. Faith Ford, I guess. She kept going on. Someone asked about Donna. Laura Prepon did act in things following that 70s show. She was on Orange is the New Black, perhaps most famously, but she hasn't done much in the last few years. I think she's had 2 children, or is it 1 child? I think that's what she's mostly worked on. Raising her family, which, good for her. I hope she's happy with that. Penguin. Jose, I don't know if you already talked about it, but what's your sort of workflow for making your TV show essays? I actually talked about that on a previous stream. We can talk about that though. So the way it works is I pick a show, then I watch it, and I take lots and lots of notes for each episode. And then after I've finished watching the show, I try to write my thoughts as well, getting some of my ideas down. And usually while I'm watching a show, some format will enter my mind, like how I want to present the series, how I want to structure the video, basically. And as after I've watched the show, I start doing background research, figuring out how the production side of things went down. Sometimes I do that while I'm watching the show as well. And once I've collected all the information, I look at the format I've come up with. Sometimes I change it. Sometimes it just is, and I start plugging in all the information. Then once I've got an outline, I write the script. And then from there, it's just the usual video stuff. Record, edit, etc., etc. I feel like I could do a whole video about how I put these together, because it's kind of a process now. But I don't know. I don't think many people would be too interested. I'm sure there would be several, but not enough for the amount of effort it would take to make that kind of video. Okay. I guess we're just taking questions now and enjoying things, because I'm not sure I'm not sure what to watch at this moment. I don't know, having a good time. It's one of the smaller streams I've done, but that's cool. It's a little more intimate, right? Or like I said, I'm not planning on doing Community at the moment, possibly in the future. Someone asked if I have any pets. Not at the moment, sadly. I'd like to get one at some point. Why is her voice so nice to listen to? I don't know. Why? Why is it so nice? People do compliment my voice, and that's very sweet. I appreciate it. Although I try to speak in a neutral way, if that comes across in any sense, like devoid of accent, which is tricky. Okay. Any opinions on Bee and Puppy Cat? I don't know what that is. Sorry. The 90s version of The Outer Limits. I watched that when I was younger. It would be cool to do The Outer Limits, you know, in the original series and the various reboots. I mean, though, if I'm going to do that, I might as well just do The Twilight Zone, right? That's been revived a couple of times, and I'd have to watch hundreds of episodes. But some of those early ones are pretty rough, but some of them are also fantastic. It's very interesting. Am I a Blue Jays fan? I guess you mean the Toronto Blue Jays. Not since they just got bounced out of the postseason, blowing an 8-1 lead. How do you blow an 8-1 lead? Ugh, you suck, that's how. Do I watch Matt Baum's channel? Sometimes. I've watched a few videos. I can't say I'm a regular viewer, but I've watched and enjoyed a couple of his videos, definitely. Someone asked, what do I usually get up to in a stream? Usually I have more planned. Usually I rewatch some stuff, do a little talking, but we ran out of the things to watch already, sadly. We watched an episode of Kevin Sorbo's sitcom. We'll do that again in the future. There's one more episode to watch. Okay. I've ever talked about WandaVision. I have not. That would be interesting, but I feel like the time has come and gone for talking about WandaVision. Maybe in something else it might come up. I mean, I mentioned it briefly in that 70s Show video retrospective because Deborah Jo Rupp appeared in WandaVision, which is pretty cool. That's probably the highest profile thing she's done in that 70s Show, actually. Although she also splits her time between acting on stage, so I imagine she's had to turn down a few roles because they were a bit too time intensive. And she loves being on in Broadway and stuff. So, have I seen Legion? No, I have not. How old am I? Old enough, sir. Old enough. What else? Do I expect my viewers to have watched the shows I do retrospectives on? No. I try to make them accessible so people can watch them even if they're not familiar with, and I hope people who have watched it still get something out of it as well. It's pretty good. Someone said I should watch the Hunter Biden movie. I think I would get claimed for that, to be honest. Because the only reason I'm watching this conservative sitcom is it's not actually airing anywhere. It's just it's like an early build of it. An early cut. Early build like it's a video game. Why do I do the TV analysis, though? It feels so effervescent and detailed, but it lacks the impact of your political content. That's a good question. So aside from the fact that they're very successful and make me money, which is nice, I think in a way I do introduce a lot of political ideas in those videos to people, and they're meant to be more accessible to anyone who may not watch political commentary. It's designed to get people thinking more about their TV shows and like what they consume and how it can speak to a person's political beliefs, I guess. Basically, I would love it if someone watched those videos and then maybe moved on to more political content as well. That would be cool. So that's a vague answer. I wish I had something more detailed to present here because I've definitely thought about that a lot and why I'm doing these sorts of things. What shows have you been enjoying this year? Star Trek Deep Space Nine? I don't know. That's what I'm watching right now. I don't know. There's nothing really coming to mind at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll answer that later on when I have time to think about it. Am I nice in real life? I guess. Maybe. I hope so. It's for other people to answer, I think. Ooh. Keep losing. Would you go on a show like The Source to talk politics? Lance is streaming right now. I mean, I don't think I'd go on this second, but I have been on a stream with Lance in the past. Oh, it's been a few years. I mean, I don't know. Someone needs to invite me to be on a show. I don't like inviting myself. Trying to catch up on these questions. So it's taking me a few minutes because there's a lot of questions here. Are She-Hulk and WandaVision sitcoms? I've not watched She-Hulk yet. I plan to eventually, and I would not say WandaVision is a sitcom, although it very much delves into those tropes and has some interesting things to say about sitcoms, but isn't a sitcom itself, because it's not a situation comedy. All right. Have you ever wanted to talk about Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Kind of. I kind of just want to watch it again. I guess I could do a video about it, but then I got to talk about the history of Super Sentai. I don't know if I have the energy to go that deep into the history. Someone, I'm guessing, is thinking about Kurtwood Smith on Star Trek Voyager. That comes up in the video very briefly. That's one of my favorite episodes of Voyager, by the way. Maybe my favorite Kurtwood Smith performance. And that guy's done a lot of good stuff. He's a great actor. Hollywood calls you. These sitcom reboots are all the rage, and we need you. What show are you bringing back? Oh, God. I'm tempted to just say Homeboys from Outer Space. Because, like, we could have watched that. Oh, we still can watch that. That won't get claimed. How could that possibly get claimed? Do we want to watch Homeboys from Outer Space? Oh, wow. I'm going to answer the rest of these questions first, but yeah, we might be watching some Homeboys from Outer Space. A late idea. Let me just get the rest of this. What show would I bring back, by the way? I'm not sure. Journeyman, maybe. No one would remember it, but I really like that show, and I feel like it didn't get its shake. It's about a guy who bounces back and forth between time. Kind of like Quantum Leap, but he stays himself. And he's going to like his own life in the past, which I think is kind of cool. Yes, I have heard they're reviving Frasier. Go to earlier in the stream when I talk about that. Favorite horror movie to watch around Halloween? Alien, maybe? But I'm probably not going to watch it because I should not watch a ton of horror movies. But that's one of my favorites. I wouldn't get a pet worm. Oh God, it just pops, doesn't it? I'm sorry if I'm missing some of these questions here. Am I going to do another conservative book? Maybe, if I can find one that I want to cover. I'm certainly open to suggestions there. I have not watched Severance. A DS9 retrospective? Probably not. I know someone is doing a big DS9 project right now, but maybe they don't want me revealing it. Have I watched any K-dramas? Yes, I have. The last one I watched was the Korean version of Money Heist, which was very strange. But I've watched other ones in the past. I think they're pretty good. A lot of cool stuff coming out of Korea. I was recommended a bunch, but I didn't get around to watching them, unfortunately. Do you think a Futurama is a sitcom? Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's an animated sitcom. I still think that counts. Didn't some Rangers die / do some terrible crimes? I know the Yellow Ranger died. I don't know if anyone did crimes. I couldn't pick I can't even tell the seasons apart from Power Rangers. Season 1, I guess. Two separate. Don't talk to me about the Jays. Oh my God, it's. Have I seen Better Call Saul? Yes, that was actually really good. So there we go. That was a good one this year. Have I watched Yes, Minister? No, but I know of it. I've not seen The Henchman or Utopia yet. I played Disco Elysium like a month ago for the first time. It was really great. I thought that was a great video. Sad that the studio's kind of being crushed. Seinfeld retrospective. At some point, maybe. It's just one of those big shows I feel like people have talked about a lot. Is Canada real? Yes. I'm coming to the end of these questions, by the way. So everyone's wondering. We're gonna watch some Homeboys from Outer Space soon because I really want to watch it now. Am I interested in ecological environmental issues? Yes. I don't know if I'm the best person to talk about that in a video, but it's something I'd like to touch on at some point. God, the environment. It's such a sad. It's going to be a sad one, probably. UK sitcoms like The Office. If I did a UK sitcom, it would have to be a huge one, like The Office. Although I'd probably complain about the American office in it, particularly the later seasons, and how it's capitalist propaganda. But that's why I kind of don't want to talk about The Office, because I'm just going to be really harsh on it. Oh yeah, someone was talking about how Billy on Power Rangers lads left because of homophobic bullying. Great. Ooh, okay, how do you define sitcoms? Well, the classics, situation comedy is sort of the classic understanding of it. Basically, it's an idea where a premise defines the entire series, and it's also a comedy. A specific premise. I mean, every show has a premise, I guess, but there are more open-ended shows that just kind of drift around, right? I'll use the example of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. That has a premise of like a space station in the Star Trek universe. But it becomes more than that as the show becomes long. It's things like wars start happening, and it becomes a more complicated, and the premise changes. It's not this like outpost in the middle of nowhere. It suddenly becomes a major focal point for a, gigantic war. Sitcoms, by the way, change their premise as well. So maybe it's not the best. Maybe it's not the best term, but it's one of those things, you know it when you see it, I guess. No one's ever complained that, and I've used the word improperly yet, so I'm just gonna assume I'm still doing it. I've not seen the reboot. I don't know what Key and Knoxville is. Sorry. Reboot. You mean the live action reboot? That's on Netflix, isn't it? The Guardian Code? Apparently the Red Ranger was arrested for fraud. That's sad. Have you seen I, Claudius? No. I have read the book, though. It's a great book. All right. Almost done with questions here. Do I think the concept of the Larry Sanders Show still holds up? I think it was very much a product of the 90s. Late night comedy shows are very different these days. And kind of like old-fashioned now, aren't they? Like, does anyone under the age of 30 watch late night comedy that much? Or late night chat shows? I used to watch them when I was younger, but I don't know, I kind of stopped. Okay, we're going to watch this sitcom from the 90s, this UPN classic. Quality's not going to be very good. I'm going to rest my voice a little so you guys can just enjoy this. Hopefully I'm not going to get claimed for this. Claimed from Homeboys from Outer Space. Can you imagine? This is what takes down my channel. Homeboys from Outer Space. I gotta try though, right?
What a cool place. So calm, so tranquil, so full of love.
We're gonna die! We're gonna die! I knew I should have listened to my horoscope. It said I'm gonna die!
Pull yourself together. In our many years of intergalactic battle, we've been through worse scrapes than this. What do you want me to do? Break down and cry in your face?
I can use the company.
Well, I can't. I don't do that.
Oh, look, Mars, they got lasers and photon torpedoes and they got those sparkling little lights that go woo, woo, woo.
Okay, is this too racist to watch? This is a genuine question. I suddenly feel weird. So this show ran for about a season. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I don't think they ever explain how these guys ended up in outer space. It aired on UPN was just launched as a network and had a night of original programming. I think this was one of the least successful shows they did. All the shows had black casts, which was like, that was the whole thing. UPN was like trying to court a black audience, which, decent enough idea, especially if you're a new channel. You want people who may not be inclined to watch all the predominantly white shows on network primetime. But the quality varied. People are comparing this to Red Dwarf without the funny. I don't know. I think it's trying to be funny. It's trying.
Hey! Snap out of it!
They got you slapping the crap out of me.
All I know, Ty, whatever's in this box is pretty damn important.
Oh, man, it's just that I'm too young to die. I never got to see a sunrise on Alderaan 7. I never got to watch those floating purple moons on Thanos 12.
Well, I never got to make love to one of those 8-breasted women on Fishnet 5.
You never did that? Oh, man, you gotta do that. We're gonna save your ass and make sure we do that.
All right, let's throw this baby into overdrive.
Hey, hit that fry.
Oh, dude. I love these special effects. Oh god, that's third ship.
I love
God.
saying that. Anyway, after our butt-threatening mission on Jackson 5, we finished our deliveries and headed home where we were...
Jackson 5. I want to just like underline that, you know?
welcomed as heroes and held in enormous high regard.
Hello, maggots.
Maggot in-law. You are married to my sister.
Rusty, my man, we went toe-to-toe with death, but like true soldiers of fortune, Morris Clay and Tiberius Walker have merged victorious. Here is your precious treasure.
Mushroom and squirrel.
Excuse me, Basti. If I may be so bold as to inquire, what else is in that box?
Nothing.
That tears it. Ever since we were kids, our dream was to cruise the cosmos in search of fame and fortune.
Man, I'm tired of that slob sending us on these lousy milk runs.
Maggots, you forgot the milk.
I'm gonna go give that mutant bully a piece of my mind.
Right.
Basti?
What?
I am sick and tired of
Hey,
coming here.
this drink is watered down.
Really?
Okay, I really like that special effect. It's just so... Oh, it is so 90s. Someone's pointing out the vests. You notice on Star Trek they always wear vests? Like, not obviously not the crew, but whenever they go to another planet or something, or they're like colonists, they all have vests. And I feel like the show is in a way referencing that. Just put everyone in vests.
So are you. Now, what were you gonna say?
I get a mop.
This is how it all began. The true story of two good friends. Since the age of 5, it's been their dream to run a starship as a team. Well, everything was going cool till a minor mishap in flight school. The body ship went very fun, and now they're having fun as homeboys in outer space. Mercenary brothers down for one another. There's no mission that's too tall. Ain't no problem they can't solve. So come aboard this space too deep in the 23rd century. Homeboys in outer space. Homeboys.
Okay, that intro was awesome. I love that. It's one of those classic sitcom intros that tells you the premise. There were some cool effects going on. We found out who these people all were. God, like, how could this show have failed? How could this show have failed? I feel like people would watch it for the irony alone. There were some jokes that weren't too bad. I mean, it could use some work, but it is the first episode. You can never be too harsh on a first episode, or you shouldn't be too harsh. It's definitely possible. But let's keep going. Oh, let's be fair. Yeah, the title of the show does kind of explain the premise, doesn't it? It's Homeboys in Outer Space. You already know what you're getting in the title. It's a good title.
Okay. Here's our end. Soldiers of fortune with state-of-the-art spacecraft have flown numerous life-threatening missions and received many accolades. So what do you think?
I think whoever put the extra T in butt knew exactly what they were doing.
Morris Clay and Tiberius Walker, my fellow soldiers of fortune. It's good to see you've survived your last perilous mission. What was it this time? Gum?
You should have seen how Basti reacted to what we brought back. Ain't that right, Morris?
He was happy as a man with a squirrel in his mouth.
And we've all had a profitable day. Feast your eyes. Pure zirconium, the most valued metal in the universe. Let us celebrate! This will wash the taste of blood from our mouths.
Damn, that's sexy.
After I have satisfied my thirst, I shall buy myself a man to satisfy my other desires.
How much you plan on spending? Because I go pretty cheap.
I would break...
I'm not sure what to make of this so far. It's a thing. It's definitely a mid-90s sitcom. Certainly not the worst I've seen, but pretty far from the best. Someone's saying, come to think of it, yeah, it's transgressive as a sci-fi narrative with black people at the center. When has that happened again? That's a good question. You almost never see that, which is too bad. Or basically just not white people, or some sort of weird, I don't know, I guess people always imagine the future. It's like, there's a sort of Star Trek image people always have where it's sort of post-racial utopia, which is nice. But,
You would have.
And both pieces would be smiling.
Jedi, you've returned.
Jedi? The Jedi?
so there's another Star Wars reference. I'm pretty sure Billy D. Williams appeared in an episode of this show at some point.
Morris, he's been your idol since junior flight school.
I'ma never wash my eyes again.
Last time I saw you was the last.
Someone who brought up Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine was on the air 3 years before this show. So, technically it predates it. And really, it was just, aside from Cisco, and I guess Jake, it was a pretty diverse class, I guess. Because Bashir, there was like Dax and O'Brien, I guess, although Dax was technically Trill, but it was a white actress, so, I mean, you could say the same thing about Kira. Anyway, let's get back to Homeboys from Outer Space.
Aslo mission.
You mean when you destroyed my ship, poisoned my water, and left me for dead?
If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead, Jed.
Real soldier of fortune talk. Can you dig it? Mr. I, sir. I'm Morris Clay. I wrote an essay about you in the 10th grade. Jedi, he's my guy. I'm gonna be like him until the...
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that, Jay Sizzle. It's like only having one or two black characters is not centering a cast, right? I guess it's the difference between... 'cause it's kind of like a tokenism thing, although, well, there were episodes of DS9 that did discuss race, but it was... Like, there's that one where it's like they go back in time and Cisco's a writer and he has to hide his race because he's like a sci-fi writer and no one would buy anything from a black author, but anyway. Someone also mentioned very importantly that Last Week Tonight clip. Did anyone find it? I have not seen anything in the chat that refers to that, and I'm a little worried I might have to watch everything from Last Week Tonight for the last few years, but whatever.
There I die. It's more like a cheer if you really think about it.
Tiberius Walker. And as a fellow soldier of fortune, it would be an honor if you let Morris buy you a drink.
Well, well. Soldiers of fortune, eh? That means you have a fast and powerful starship.
Okay, what accent is he doing? Can anyone tell?
Define fast and powerful.
Aren't you gonna warn your friend he's talking to the biggest losers in the galaxy?
They're the ones who need the warning.
Tell me, have you boys ever heard of the Crab Nebula?
Definitely. They serve that down at Larry's Fish House.
No, Ty, the Crab Nebula is a highly volatile, swirling mass of gases.
Down at Larry's Fish House.
The Crab Nebula is home to a rare and valuable mineral, galendium, used in the production of neutron detonators. I have a private contractor who'll pay some serious shabzibs for a few pounds of galendium. But oh, what am I saying? You chaps must be booked solid.
Oh.
I kind of love how bad this accent is. Like, genuinely, I'm enjoying this accent because it's just like he is going all over the place. It's like the script just read accent, and he's like, "All right, well, you asked for an accent."
This is unbelievable, you know? We were supposed to have a fight to the death with
Zorgon the Punctual.
But he's running late.
Then you're free to take me.
Yes, to Larry's Fish House.
Pippin,
That really looked like an X-wing, didn't it?
how are the repairs coming?
Captain, I'm working as fast as I can.
Hey, we got Scotty.
You know,
There we go. We've been talking about Star Trek, and now we got Scotty himself. Man, he was really hurting for work, wasn't he? But hey, I'm happy to see him.
you guys are worse than my last employers. Always on my back with, Pippin, beam me up. Pippin, we need more power. Well, what about me? What about my needs?
You're right, Pippin. I'll tell you what. I'll take care of replacing the light bulb.
Oh, thank you, Morris.
All right, baby, we got a mission. We're about to get paid in full.
Computer, let me know if all systems are go.
Morris, you don't need to talk to me so formal. I mean, after all the galaxies we've been to together.
Someone just pointed out his name is Pippin, like Scotty Pippin. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Oh, that is so good. Scottie Pippen, the basketball player, for anyone who might not have recognized that or know what that reference is. But if you were in the 90s, you would know. You would know. Wow. God, that was... This show's pretty good, I gotta say.
It's LaQuasia. Or Miss Jones, if you're nasty.
Look, LaQuasia, we just need to know if all systems are go.
Oh, are you in here too? I'm gone.
I'm telling you, Mo, after this mission, man, we gotta get us a more modern computer.
Ty, there's nothing wrong with this computer.
Her sensors are shot, her memory bank's faulty. She's old.
Oh, no, he didn't. He did not just call me old.
Look, LaQuasia, no offense, but you've been around since...
Oh, say. And you will be picking dilithium crystals out of your gluteus maximus, which ain't nearly as max as you think it is. Oh.
Nice ship. Let me guess. You steer and you pedal. Here are the coordinates to the Crab Nebula. Men, in a few days, it'll be nothing but wine, women, and song.
Yeah.
I don't mind you singing, Morris, but the wine and the women got to go. Besides, you don't need to resort to the use of a feminine life form when you have me.
I don't know, LaQuasia. You see, a real woman can do things for a man that a computer just doesn't have the circuitry for.
Oh, is that so? I will rock your universe.
I feel like I'd get in trouble for letting this go completely uninterrupted. He's having sex with the ship, I guess? It's interesting. I guess we'll see how he finishes.
Damn!
Do me?
Sorry, someone just said this is a bad time to enter the stream. We're watching Homeboys from Outer Space because it randomly entered my mind, and I figured let's just watch the pilot. It's a sitcom from the 90s. It's something special. It's something special. I think after this we might wind down, but for now let's enjoy this brief moment in time where we're watching. Someone is saying don't sit in the same chair. Yeah, I wouldn't sit in the same chair if some guy was just using it for something.
Done.
First thing we're gonna do when we get paid is overhaul the ship.
And then we get some women.
No, then we take on as many missions as possible.
In order to get the women.
No, in order to build up our reputation.
So we can get the women.
Partner, is that all you think about is how to get the women?
No, sometimes I think about disease and world famine, and then I think about sickly thin women.
Boys, meet the newest member of our team.
What is up with that gun?
Bertha. She's a bit bossy. So if I were you, I'd do exactly what she says.
Does this affect our split on the Galendium?
Someone's pointing out more effort went into this than the conservative sitcom we were watching earlier. That's true. This is of much higher quality than the Potwins. And isn't that sad? Because this came out, 24 years beforehand? But the actors are trying. There's a storyline. There are jokes. It's reasonably well shot. The sets look like they had some effort into it. No one's seen a boom mic. There's no unfinished special effects. This is it's an interesting point of comparison.
There's no such thing as Galendium, but there is such a thing as jacking your ship. So long, boys!
Well, they got screwed over by this mysterious eye patch guy with the vague accent.
Stole, but it'll do.
God, he's really giving it socks.
Let me tell you something, Mr. La-di-da puffed up. The whole galaxy knows that Morris and Ty own this ship, and you will never get past the first checkpoint.
Is that so?
Okay.
I wonder if other episodes had more or less in the way of special effects, and maybe they thought a good first episode would be something that's so effects heavy, because it seems like there's a lot of effects in this, especially for a 1990s sitcom.
But I bet that at this very moment, my intelligent Morris is coming up with a brilliant plan to get the hoopty back.
You know, I really want to thank you again for picking us up.
It's a pleasure.
What is that? Ship.
It's nice to meet such a sweet young man.
Lindia.
Oh God, I've seen this actress in so many things. She's probably not doing anything these days, but she was like in so many those shows. I'm trying to remember. I know she was on many episodes of Late Night with Conan O'Brien back when he was on NBC. Yeah, someone pointed out they call the ship a hoopsie, which, yeah. Ooh, didn't mean to full screen it.
Eureka! Galendium! Galendium spelled backwards is Muet Neltlag, which is the capital city of Zindar.
So what you're saying is Jedi's taking a hoopty to Zindar?
No. That would be too obvious.
Of course, what I meant to say is he's on a planet that's not Zindar.
You're not the brains of this operation, are you?
No, Ty, don't you see? Zindar was the name of Jedi's childhood dentist, who comes from the planet Remula.
Well, I'm not going as far as Rimula.
Well, how far are you going?
How far do you want me to go?
Yeah, the 90s was the age of like the horny granny, as a joke. Kind of sad because you know, the idea of old people being sexually active as a punchline is not very nice. But yeah, it's definitely a staple of the era. As someone who's been hit on by an older woman, it's not a fun experience, I gotta tell you. That's a story. Maybe I should just tell that story. But I don't know, we got like 9 minutes left in this episode. Maybe we can do story time later.
So then I says to him, wiggle those pointy ears at me just one more.
That's a really good outfit, actually, for what's probably going to be a throwaway joke.
Time, and I'll beam you up where the sun don't shine. Looking for something, Vashti?
Yes. I have a pointlessly dangerous mission, and I need 2 worthless lowlifes to complete it for me.
Aye, Morris and Ty. I haven't seen them since they left with that one-eyed fella.
Maggots!
He's gone.
I'm also glad Scotty got to be in more than one scene.
Dead. My Morris is dead.
I'm sorry, Pippin.
He's dead.
What about Ty?
He dead too. Oh, Morris. He was so good to me. He always fingered my keyboard like a gentleman.
Morris and Ty? Dead? Out of work again.
Captain's log. After Ty beat down Miss Daisy, we convinced the cab driver we weren't black, and he took us to Remula, where we found our precious hoopty.
Wow, okay. Space cab drivers don't pick up black passengers either. Yeah, everyone asking, the bartender is Kevin Michael Richardson. He's been in a lot of stuff. Here's a fun fact about him. He is going to be in the Super Mario Brothers movie. He plays Kamek, you know? That's cool. And he's in, like, oh my god, I just pulled up his IMDb, and he's, like, in so many things. Does a lot of voice work. Trying to find something prominent, like a role. But he's, like, he plays, he took over as Dr. Hibbert on The Simpsons. That's cool. Played Martian Manhunter on Young Justice. Yeah, he's very prolific. He does a lot of vocal talent. He's very good. He was the Joker on The Batman. It's a good one to mention. And yeah, great actor who just does a lot of stuff.
He's gone. Let's start the ship and get out of here.
Okay, but you gotta stop whispering. It's turning me on.
You are not going anywhere. The cab fare is 22 sharp zips. You owe 22 sharp zips. I am not leaving without my 22 sharp zips.
This is feeling weird. I don't know what this alien is, aside from a stereotype. It's very Star Trek-esque, isn't it, though? Racist alien caricature. Yeah, sadly true to form.
Just settle down, Sabu. Hey, Mo, hit that
Oh
emergency.
god, it's getting worse.
Be fun.
Oh, yeah. All right. The crook stole our emergency cash.
All I know is you better give me my money before I have to get physical up in here.
Morris? Baby cakes! You alive?
Oh, well, there's a downside to everything.
No question, where's Jed?
Oh, he's off looking for the treasure. Oh, he was so rude to me, Morris. He had the nerve to call me a cheap clone. So I told him that I was not...
Go back, Univac. What's this about treasure?
The 50 million Shabzibs buried on this planet. So anyway, back to me. He had my mute button on the whole time.
Like
and
this?
I told him that...
Come on, Morris, let's go beat Jed to that treasure.
Whoa, Todd. This guy just tried to kill us once, and I don't think we should give him a second chance.
For 50 million big ones, I give him a bunch of chances to kill us.
Wait. When we held elections for captain, who won the coin toss?
You?
Well, then we out of here.
Excuse me, bickering boys of home. I suggest you pay me before I open up a big can of hoop ass on you.
You know what your problem is? You always playing it safe.
No, I always play the percentages.
Cool. If you want to be the kind of loser that delivers mushroom and squirrel pizza for the rest of his life, you deliver mine the easy street.
Loquacia, prepare for liftoff.
I'm out of here.
Can't believe the homeboys are breaking up. It's only the first episode. But yeah, 5 minutes.
I don't need him. Hell.
Wow, look at this set. They put some effort into it.
I got along without him the first 4 years of my life. I can certainly get through the next 4 minutes.
Yo, Todd, wait up!
Morris, what? Oh,
Wow, they got that together really quick.
I missed you, man.
Jed, I left the map to the treasure on the ship. Come on.
What a stupid jerk. I bet he wears that patch over his eye to keep his brains from leaking out.
More special effects.
That's very clever, Ty. He certainly is a stupid one.
You know, not only is he stupid, he's ugly. And if you ask me, one eye's a little light in the gravity boots.
This is the spot. Can you dig it?
Yeah, I can dig it.
No, can you dig it? Oh.
Wow. Think about that joke for a little bit. Just ponder that pun.
The thing, there you go. Uh-oh, Morris, we're about to get paid.
Ty, my man, from here on in, it's nothing but wine, women, and song.
This is it. We are filthy rich.
Correction. You're filthy. I'm rich. Now hand it over.
Hey, the gun's a good touch mode, but that little thing couldn't kill a mosquito.
Wait, why would the gun change? Like, his shapeshifting includes... Well, I guess his clothes change. I don't know. It's a weird thing, right? I've never... I've got some serious questions about how this shape-shifting ability works.
Damn!
Any last words?
Yes. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one nation to dissolve its political...
Enough!
Okay.
Now, drop it, Jed.
Looks like the tables have turned, huh, Morphy Brown? Morris, is it you?
I couldn't take off without you.
Oh, so they are still together.
Amazing. You imbeciles have outsmarted me. But you know, boys, it doesn't have to end this way. I have an even larger treasure buried on NASDAQ 10. Oh, give us one good reason why we be in business with you again.
That's two good reasons.
And furthermore, call me a cheap clone.
You eye patch wearing, shape shifting Long John Silver wannabe.
Stop it! Stop it! Turn it off! She's making my ears bleed!
Well, Todd, we finally done it. We are true soldiers of fortune.
That's right, and we got the fortunate Jedi to prove it.
Correction, boys. That's my fortune.
I'm a mama. Actually, I earmarked some of this money for you, so you're gonna have to earn it the old-fashioned way.
Just give me my treasure.
Amma, are you trying to say this treasure belongs to you?
Indeed. Jed stole it from me 3 years ago, and now I'm returning the favor.
Hold on. You just can't roll up in here, take our treasure, without breaking us off a little something.
I suppose I could give you a little something. Goodbye, Jed.
Excuse me. I tried to double cross you too.
You did? Then I'll have to do something about
Wow, everyone likes Darryl Bell in this, huh? And I guess that's it. Oh wait, no.
She really must hate you.
Well, at least we got our cut of the treasure. 3,800 shabzips.
With the meter running, exactly what you owe me.
Well, we may be broke, but at least we got the old hoopty back. And with the money from the next few missions, she'll be as good as new.
Did you hear something?
Well, that was certainly an experience. It was pretty racist, but not as bad as I expected, to be honest. It was mostly the South Asian alien that was a problem. Certainly not good for the women.
The homeboys beat into the pleasure planet.
For the love of God, spank me!
Not without a reservation.
Homeboys
As
in
we can
outer
see, the
space.
trend continues, I guess. Okay, so any thoughts? Or maybe we just want to not think about ever. Wow, I didn't want to autoplay the next one. That's not what we're doing. Scottie Pippen. Yeah, that was... Yeah. People are... It's like a Ryza episode coming up next. That's true. I thought it might be interesting to look at Kevin Richardson's IMDb briefly, because everyone who's wondering who was in, and I was like, let's pull out some good roles from there to see like all the stuff he's in. Look at how much this man has been in. So don't feel bad he was in one bad sitcom, because he went on to do all of this. Just all of this. Look at how much work this man has done. We're still going. We're at 2016. Look at how long this is. This is almost all voice work. He played Goro in Mortal Kombat, for anyone who was wondering about this. Just, oh my god. It keeps going, doesn't it? Look at that. It's so prolific. In fact, this was one of his earliest roles because he started in 1992. And then we got, where is Homeboys from Outer Space? It's got to be somewhere. It was 96, right? There. Or he was Vashti in 21 episodes. I would not have guessed 21 episodes. It's one of those things where someone can be in a completely, well, forgettable by some people show and still go on to have a really, really good career. But I'm glad it worked out for him. I'm glad he didn't. It didn't just end with Vashti. Wow. Okay, so what do we want to talk about? I feel like the stream is kind of losing a bit of momentum. I'm feeling a little tired, but we can hang out for a little bit. Just any questions or anything like that that people want to throw my way? Things we can talk about before we say goodbye until the next stream. Oh, story time. Oh, okay. I forgot. Has anyone found that last week tonight clip to go all the way back? Oh, we can, in the meantime, I'll tell the story. I'll tell the story. But someone asked about the writers and directors. It was created by Eric Van Lau. I have no idea who that is. Low? Written by these people. I don't recognize any of these names. I mean, he's known for Homeboys from Outer Space, so I guess it's not a very prolific career. Yeah. So if anyone can find that last week tonight clip, there's still some time left in the stream. In the meantime, I'll tell the story of yes, Sherman Hemsley was on Homeboys from Outer Space. That was a thing. Thanks for mentioning that. You can see the full cast there if you want to. Oh wow, James Doohan is in more than one episode. He's in 2. Good for him. Right, story. How do I start this? So I had to talk to this woman for a job I had. She wasn't my boss or anything like that. She wasn't a coworker. She was, I don't want to talk too much about this job even. I had to talk to her about a legal thing she was involved with. And so she was, how old was she? She was probably in her 60s. At the time, how old was I? Early 20s? I was pretty young. She was almost 3 times my age, roughly. So she was working on part of the last big push we saw to legalize sex work here in Canada. It was like a big, story. It was getting a lot of media coverage. And she worked, she was a sex worker. And she would start talking, and during this conversation, she would mention that she had this persona she would go into. And she would become very flirtatious and very, very, when she saw a guy, she would just that part of her would come out, and she was trying to describe that. And, immediately I'm sort of set on edge, oh, was she trying to tell me something? And then she just started winking at me and smiling at me and saying things that were making me feel pretty uncomfortable. This is in a public place, so there was luckily there was no danger of anything happening, and she had no real power over me, so it was just awkward and uncomfortable. So I don't know, this isn't much of a story, I guess, especially since I realize there's a bunch of details I can include, but most of the details don't make it more interesting. It was more she was very flirty, and I wasn't returning the flirting. And yeah, that's what happened. And I don't think she was messing with you so much as I guess you'd have to hear what she was saying, because it was very much she wanted, I don't know. For all I know, she could have been looking to try and get me, looking for me as a new client or something. Who knows? But it was, yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. And ever since then, I feel like the lesson I learned is to not be so creepily suggestive to people if you're being flirty, and learn how to pick up a signal when someone tells you they're not interested. Yeah, someone who said having a thing for younger men. It was all men, not younger men specifically, but it was, yeah. So that's the story, I guess. if anyone has any other questions, we can certainly talk about something else before I take off. I think Loxana, Troy from the future. Kind of. But yeah, any other questions? Any at all? Because I'm thinking of finishing the stream at about 5 my time, which is in 15 minutes. Are you having a Thanksgiving dinner tonight? No, I am seeing my parents, but it's not. I don't think it's going to be a special Thanksgiving dinner or anything like that. Where am I based? I'm based in Toronto, like it says on my Twitter profile. Will I do a review of DS9 at any point? Definitely not. It's too big, too much work. I'm just watching it for fun. As soon as it's funny though, because I'm so used to watching old shows and taking notes that watching this one, in my mind I'm thinking like, ooh, I should make note of that for when I want to talk about the first time Nog said he was interested in joining Starfleet. And I'm like, wait, I don't have to do that. I'm just enjoying this for fun. Someone inviting me to Hamilton. Don't threaten me by asking me to go to Hamilton like that. Can you tell I'm from Toronto? Because I just talked smack about Hamilton. For those who don't know, Hamilton is a city south of Toronto, and we are mean to them because we're snobbish and mean. I don't know what Viced Rhino is, and I haven't met that person. And yes, I have visited Montreal a few times. It's been a few years, but yeah, Montreal's a nice city. And I don't have a problem per se with Hamilton. It's just, I don't know. It's me being a bad person from Toronto, basically. So if no one has any questions, I might just take off early. Oh, wow. I'm just reading the chat now. I don't know how exciting this is. Is there a Canada YT collective? I don't know if I would say it's a collective, but there's a lot of Canadian YouTubers here in Canada, based in Toronto, actually. What is your favorite rule of acquisition? Oh, God. God, there was that one about advice, and free advice always has a price, or I don't know, it was something like that. That was really cool. I like that one. So good, I barely remember it. So I can show you how strongly I feel about the rules of acquisition. Which retrospective has been the most fulfilling for you so far? Whew, that's a good question. It's got to be either the Cosby Show one, because I feel like that just came together really well. Because I was very worried about that one. Although the Scrubs one, I was really happy with how that came together. I didn't think that one would turn out as well as it did. But that one I really liked too. Going over to your AS. I'm not, no ASMR channel. I don't know who Curtis Connor is, but I do know We're in Hell. How fast does a swallow fly? No idea. Do any old shows you like but would never do a retrospective on for any reason? There are a lot of obscure ones I really like I probably wouldn't do because I don't think anyone but me would be interested. Like the aforementioned Journeyman. Probably some others too. I'm in league with Thought Slime and Strange Aeons. Yeah, Mildred and I have hung out a few times. Don't think I've ever met Strange Aeons. Profit Before Family? No, that wasn't the one. Free advice is seldom cheap. Yeah, I think that's a good one. I like that one. Did you watch Married with Children growing up? Yes, I did, actually. I actually mostly watched it in reruns, though, because it was in heavy syndication. I like a lot of people like the Roseanne one. I thought that one was good, too. Very good first one. How's my French? Not great. It's been a while since I've practiced French. Yeah, Sarah Zed is Canadian as well. I think she's on the other side of the country though. Not really sure, but we had a stream together. If you really want to see her and I chatting, that was a fun stream. Did you feel annoyed when Cole in season 9 Scrubs took a sneaky nude of Lucy and never got punished for it? And that even JD perved on the photo? Yeah, I hated Dave Franco in season 9 of Scrubs. I didn't go into much detail about season 9 in general, because, but I think Cole, or no, was it Cole, his name? Dave Franco, and his creepiness was just, he was awful. He was so awful. When people were saying, oh, he was good on that show, it's like, no, he was a creep and he was gross. Just a terrible guy. Yeah, don't care for that or anything about him in that season. Have I ever watched sitcoms via Nick at Night? I don't think we get Nick at Night in Canada, but if we do, I've never watched anything on there. Are there any Canadian shows you'd want to do a retrospective on? I would love to do one on Made in Canada, but I don't know how to watch it. I think only like the first 2 or 3 seasons are available, and it ran for longer than that. Excellent show. No, it aired in the US under the name The Industry. It's about a Canadian TV production company, and it's very funny. I'll never forget the episode where the head of the station, who's a bit of an idiot, he's afraid of the new TV they got because it's a plasma flat screen, and he's like, don't go near it. It's plasma. And the actor who played him, I can't remember his name, but he was on Seinfeld. He played Lloyd Braun. I think he was the first Lloyd Braun, or maybe the second Lloyd Braun. Or maybe someone else. I don't remember, but he's a great actor. Yeah, everyone's just putting rules of acquisition. Always good. All the Francos are creepy as hell. Good point. I think Dave Franco is less bad than James last I checked, but yeah, sure. Am I multilingual? No. I'd love to cover a non-English show, but it'd be a lot of subtitles and people didn't like that in the Gundam Seed video. They're like, can you put in the dub next time so I can just listen to it and not hear a language I don't understand? But I don't know. I don't like either of the Gundam Seed dubs. They're not great. Kids in the Call would be interesting to do. That's a Canadian show that not many people have talked about in a while, but it was huge. Oh yeah, I don't get why Lucy was with Cole. That was like, just no. Like, I feel like she should have better taste than that. And he was, yeah, just awful. Awful, awful, awful. That's right, they convinced him they got the plasma from space. That was a good one. Made in Canada was such a good show. I really like that one season finale where every single character is put in a life or death situation, all the while saying it's like, this is what they do with actors who are in tough negotiation spot in case any of them ask for a raise next season. It makes them easier to write out of the show. Good stuff. Have you ever considered doing a more recent show retrospective, and how recent are you willing to go? The only rule I have is it needs to be a show that's finished. I don't want to... I mean, the closest I got is I talked about the Connors in the Roseanne video, the second Roseanne video, and I just felt like that was an addendum, like, let's talk about season 10 and the Connors as a reflection on Roseanne, because I didn't include that in the first video. But yeah, as long as the show is ended, I'd do something that ended yesterday. Am I going to do any anime? I would love to. I don't know what I would do. Someone was mentioning a Gundam retrospective. That would be fun. Like, not the whole series. If I chose, like, a specific show. I'd probably choose something like Iron-Blooded Orphans or something. Because I feel like I've already talked enough about Gundam Seed. Or maybe something more popular. 00 might be interesting to revisit. It wasn't my favorite, but... or Gundam Wing. I mean, like, everyone knows Gundam Wing, right? How about doing a retrospective on the Orville? I mean, that's still going on. And also, I do not like Seth MacFarlane for many reasons. So I don't know if I could do that one. I would do a show older than the 80s, definitely. If there was, I mean, I put MASH on the poll, right? So I'm open to the idea. It just, people gotta step up and demand it. I kind of wish I could make these just like working so hard on this retrospective on that 70 show has made me really wish I could hand off this this sort of work on other people, to be honest, because it would let me do more of these videos, and it's just, yeah, it's been a long week for me, basically. It's just editing all this. It's, whew. Anyway, it's fun work in a way as well, so. Is there any Disney or Nick sitcoms you'd want to cover? Disney's actually pretty good to work with when it comes to copyright stuff, surprisingly. I don't know many of those sitcoms, though, so maybe not. This Is Us, I've not watched a single second of that, but if people want to see that, sure. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, I actually thought of a video for that, but it didn't come together. Would I ever do a retrospective on All in the Family? I discussed that earlier. It's distributed by Sony, so the amount of time and effort, I'd have to have a lot of money before I consider doing that. Do I like Bill Maher? No. Too many people have done Cowboy Bebop, but I appreciate the suggestion. I do love that show. Homies and Homers in Outer Space is better than the Orville. I have no idea. I've definitely watched one more episode of Homeboys in Outer Space than the Orville. G Gundam. I actually want to watch that soon. After I finish watching Deep Space Nine, I think I'm going to watch Mobile Fighter G Gundam, because I've never watched it. Speaking of like racism, I guess, because that show's got some of that too. Who? Other Space? I don't know what other... I've not watched Other Space, so I don't know. A retrospective on Samurai Champloo. Do people want to see that? That might be fun to revisit. That's... although if we're doing Watanabe shows, I'd rather do Kids on the Slope. Or... no, I don't think I'd want to do Space Dandy. What was that other one he did? Residence of Terror? That one was okay. Not great, but it was okay. Buck Rogers, probably not going to happen. Metal Gear Awesome? Sounds familiar. Don't think I've seen it. Classic Trek? I don't know. I feel like there's so much Star Trek content on YouTube already. I like talking about shows other people aren't talking about. That's why I'm a little hesitant to do MASH, I guess, because there are some videos on MASH. And I like the idea that when I'm doing a video, it's like, I think it's cool that it's like a show people have either forgotten about or just don't talk about that often. Yeah, so that's it makes me less concerned that I'll be saying things people have already said on this platform. Is there any Canadian YouTuber you'd like to collab with soon? No one comes to mind, but I know many. I'm friends with several. I'd be happy to collab with any of them, to be honest. Oh yeah, Carolyn Tuesday that's a Watanabe show I do. But yeah, going back to the collab thing, I don't know, I'm open to it. If any, I don't know, any YouTuber watching should send me a line if they want to collab sometime. I feel like I should do more of those. Okay. Someone, if you haven't seen Kids on the Slope, go watch it. It's 13 episodes and a lot of fun. It's about these two friends who bond over jazz music. Really good soundtrack. Also by Yoko Kanno, who did the music for Cowboy Bebop. Am I going to revisit that 70s show? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the retrospective I'm working on right now. Thank you for asking, though. It should be the next one up. I don't know when it's going to be on the video or on the channel, because I have to deal with copyright stuff. It's a distributor I'm not familiar with, so we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it won't be a problem, but yeah, I ideally look for it soon. Comparing and contrast between different shows might be interesting if I can come up with two that I'd like to look at that people haven't before. I'm not sure, though. The end of that 70 shows retrospective does hit on some stuff that makes me think that video should come along sooner rather than later. You'll see when the video comes out. An Ava retrospective, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of Evangelion stuff, right? Gilligan's Island. Probably not gonna do Gilligan, right? There's that 70 show reference for anyone. Have I covered Saved by the Bell? I haven't. I think I put that on a poll one time and it didn't do particularly well. Another comment about All in the Family. I would love to do it. I really would. But it being distributed by Sony makes me very reluctant. It'd be like 2 hours plus easily. And it would take months to do. Such an important show, though. Maybe one day when I have the money. Ever thought about doing a retrospective on WKRP in Cincinnati? I've never thought about it, but I'm open to the idea. I've never watched a single second of that show, but I know it was pretty big. Married with Children versus Roseanne. I think I'd choose another show to compare both of those with. Like, I would compare Roseanne or Married with Children to something more conventional, maybe. People are upset that I pause the show every 5 seconds. It's nice to see people who are like in the past in the stream. But yeah, I'm doing you a favor with lots of pauses for this Sorbo show. Hopefully you'll hear that 3 hours from when we were watching that. Okay. Brawl in the Family, never heard of it. Ooh. Okay. It's time to wind down. Get your last few questions in now. A retrospective on the Romeo and Juliet anime. Maybe. I've not watched that series, but it's something I think about. I've not seen this new series, Little Demon. And with that, Wonder Years, Wander Over Yonder. Don't know what that is. Okay. I'm tired, everyone. I think I'm going to go now. Thanks everyone for coming up for this stream. It's probably one of the smaller streams I've had. It's a quiet, intimate affair, but I appreciate you all for coming up. This was a good time. I'd like to do another one again sometime soon. We'll watch another episode of that Potwin show, and I'll try to have a little more planned, so it'll be a good time. Goodbye, everyone, and I hope you all have a great rest of your day.